Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は479日目です。It is day 479. Business as usual. Let's get right into it. We're not going to get to this cluster. Looks like tomorrow's going to be a bigger day. Probably 2 levels here. Because we're getting into the 150 plus area of each level. I mean, not too bad. WaniKani is kind of on cruise control now. Alright. Let's see. 水曜星. Oh, they're crazy. I'm doing alright. How are you? Thanks for asking. Okay. Overturn. Oddly specific request. Do you know any way to get iPad things screen shared on PC, not via Discord or Google Meet, etc.? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. You need a host of some sort. No, not really. Not anyone that is available commercially. Or free, I mean. Trusted one anyway. Or as trusted as can be. Otoru. Yogan. Junkyouju. Kigai. Uwabatake. Uwabatake. Odosu. Suru. Naguriai. Shinju. 俗語、陶器、輝き、概念、衰退、抽出、溶ける、
利
利
潤、
潤、利潤、基礎、広告、遠征、海外、悪賢い、転
転
覆、
覆、
転覆、浸透、
殴り込み、
集山、集山、推奨、唯一、浸水、草刈り、うわ、
高知、
抽象、王妃、奨学金、隔離、狩る、
ただ、悟る、 隔月
Kakugetsu.
概要
数珠
Yuzu.
制服
First super, huh? Thank you for the 99. And the hot dog. I appreciate it.
Irodori.
Hakaru. Hakaru. Nimono. You like hot dogs? Oh, okay. What do you usually have on your hot dogs, Crazy? Or do you go vanilla?
Niru
Niru.
Koma.
Ritsudo
煮える
雑煮
bacon, pinto beans, corn, relish, pico de gallo, and grilled onions. That is one loaded dog. Hot dog. Definitely digging the pico de gallo. Relish of some sort for sure. Grilled onion sounds amazing. Possibly caramelized onions, right? And condiment. Something interesting. Beans, yeah. Pinto beans. As opposed to baked beans. And then bacon. Huh. I hadn't had a hot dog in some time. That's a nice sounding hot dog.
Zoku
Goku.
Asanu no.
no. Okay.
Ama
You see, yeah, you love these toppings. Really brings out the life from a plain hot dog. I can imagine. Yeah. You have any particular buns you like, or are you a classic bun person?
劣等感。
制約淡
淡
水
水哦
唯
唯
物論
物論 You like bolillo buns, specifically when they're toasted. A toasted bun sounds delightful. I'm not familiar with those buns. Actually, I'm not too familiar with most buns of like the longish variety. Interesting. I'll keep my eyes peeled for such things. Okay, let me check. Ooh, oh, those are yeah. Oh, so that's what they're called. I have seen them before. It's like a French baguette, but way shorter. Yeah, I have seen these buns before. Intriguing. That would be a nice bun for a hot dog, for sure. Whoop.
蓄える
Are you into language learning of any sort, Crazy? I'm starting to get a Spanish vibe from you, obviously. Mentioning that specific pico de gallo. And then now the olio bun. Or perhaps a connoisseur of Spanish/Mexican influence things.
劣化 合憲
上
劣悪
輝く
A little bit. You're bilingual, Spanish, English. Ah, I see. Your dad is from El Salvador, and your mom is from Vietnam, but you were born in the U.S. Ooh, multicultural American. Multicultural American. Spanish and English, huh? Hablo un poco español. Right. Born in the United States también, for sure. Mis padres es chinos? Son chinos? I actually don't. I forgot the designation for Chinese, but my parents are Chinese. And I'm first generation. So a bit of that. Vietnam. Don't know any Vietnamese, but I do live in a place where Vietnamese would be the most common. East Coaster. I'm an East Coaster. Bilingual. Spanish and English. I imagine then your father... West Coast, possibly? Maybe SoCal, I would say. I do know a couple by coincidence a couple that are Salvadorian as well, but second gen Salvadorian. Interesting. I am not much of a Spanish speaker, more of a listener and reader. You live in Boston, Mass. Dang, that is different. East Coaster. Nice, nice. Like the tri-state area is most of my life was in the tri-state area. Intriguing. Do you go to school still, or are you said a little bit. Do you study language in any way, or are you doing something else, maybe a post-professional, something like that? Language learning is not my primary background, but it has been the last 2.5 years. I suppose my time is dedicated to it. Okay. Are you familiar with Japanese at all? Nowadays, most of my extra languages are in the read and listening department, not really the speaking department. Spend most of my time reading and listening. You're second year student at UMass Boston. I see. You're mainly going for business? Very practical. But have taken introductory language courses. You want to learn Vietnamese at some point, but it's really difficult for you to learn. I can definitely empathize with that. When I was in college, I also had introductory language courses as well as part of the general education requirement, right? And I took Spanish, so a year of Spanish as the fulfillment. It was a continuation from my high school Spanish. As opposed to like anything else, which those languages weren't offered. I speak at home. I speak a different mother tongue at home. However, it's very similar in the sense that I often wanted to learn at least Mandarin in order to better communicate the language barrier for like technical things. The mother language that I speak is not taught anywhere, and then Mandarin was not offered during my time at my college. Although I suppose Mandarin is offered more often than Vietnamese from my experience. Interesting. Are you with your mother at all? I mean, I imagine your mother can. Are you a heritage speaker in Vietnamese as well as Spanish, or do you also read it in Spanish and whatnot? I'm a heritage speaker mostly. 2.5 years ago was when I finally started learning how to read the Chinese script, which also the Japanese script shares a common origin. So most of my life it's largely heritage speaking, basically listening and responding, but not really learning how to read. I don't know how much Vietnamese resources are available online. In second year at UMass in business. Are you going for, like, I imagine maybe even an MBA at some point? What type of business, actually? Business is such a wide range. I know you're second year, so it might be a little early to figure out where you're going. But yeah, business, I haven't spoken to a business major in some time. Like, I would say practical. Okay. On average, I meet about one like new person maybe like once a week, and typically they are a CS major. They're computer science majors. Like if you're given one major that is overrepresented right now, it's probably CS major. So like 70%, over 70% of students. I typically ask because I end up speaking with students most of the time. And I would say the overwhelming majority of them are computer science majors. You're going for general business administration, and do you plan on doing an MBA program at Northeastern? Nice, very nice, solid. So I imagine then you're like homegrown mass residents. Northeastern. Interesting. How's the university life? It has been quite some time since I've stepped foot in a university, and I've often wondered what it's like now. I'm like 10 years out. 10 years out from my last position at a university. Are you also first gen college? Or are your parents professionals? You've got an early start to your career in facilities management for the city of Boston Public Schools. Oh, nice. Civic work. You want to take your degree to become a director of facilities manager, managing budgets, and school budgets. That is a very admirable position. Honestly, I don't hear that too often. Yeah. My first thought was maybe it's like business, you know, like startups and whatnot, something like that. That is a very... Your mother is a professional. Okay, she has a master's in social work. Oh, that explains a lot of the... I guess that would also line up with your interest in civic duties. Well, hopefully you manage to do what you get to do. All right, like that's a really admirable position. I don't hear people interested in civic duties in general. Usually it's something of the creative type, and obviously meeting you is very rare too, largely because YouTube, those who spend their time on YouTube and Twitch self-selects for professions that are more in the creative type. You like working with your hands and with the business related responsibilities? Okay. Being on the field and working on the budget, policies, and school buildings? That sounds amazing. Well spoken as well. Interesting. I definitely have met my fair share of current, or my impressions of current American, like, you know, quote unquote American students, and they're certainly more on the hot train of high business oriented opportunistic pursuits. Intriguing. Budgets and policy. You're a rare breed indeed. My background was in science. I did molecular biology as my pursuit. It's been a very long time. Although I still have an incredible soft spot for being in a university environment. That was kind of my original choice, I suppose. I don't currently work professionally anymore. Not at the moment. Perhaps an opportunity later down the road. You knew this could be a unique career if you started it early enough. As a younger professional, you can do the hands-on work and learn the technical skills. As you get older, you use that experience to lead. Yep. Hey, can't wait to see what you do in your professional life for schools and whatnot. I genuinely do not hear that very often. Like, that is right, taking it with a grain of salt. Obviously, favoritism aside, most of my life was dedicated to the education of other people. So seeing someone who takes a different approach, a different professional career to maintaining like any form of like civil service or duty for the country in general or the place you live is breath of fresh air. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what schools are like now. I ask. That's usually my typical first question, like, how's your education? If you're, you can exercise discretion, but how's your education? What is it like? What's the current environment? Maybe I can glean some funding issues, structural changes since I was last in a university. And it's been a decade. Been a decade since Hopkins. Let's see. First. Merce. Oh.
浸る
To soak. UMass Boston is still mainly a commuter school. Oh, I see. You found it not very social, so you went completely online so you can work full-time and complete coursework, which is accessible anywhere at any time. Okay. That is the impression. Actually, interestingly enough, that vocation, like that type of interaction with universities is becoming, that is the social norm that I've noticed, and for lack of a better term, the social norm. But the idea of commuter colleges is what I have come to experience as the arrangement that is typical of people I meet online. So not dissimilar to your situation, there's someone I know from West Coast who is doing a similar thing. Maybe taking it a bit easier. That El Salvadorian, I believe both his parents are El Salvadorian, and they do the same, where it's a commuter university and most of it is entirely online. It's interesting. I grew up in a generation where it was, I don't want to speak for everything, but typically if you there was this time where most people seem to expect to go to college, as opposed to commuting to college, unless they're in a city environment. I didn't grow up in the city, so outside of the city is usually you go to the campus. So most of my life in university life was being around campus. Not very social, huh? That's interesting. No extracurriculars or club activities, organizations of that nature?
Issues.
Yeah, you notice that with your parents' generation, there was an emphasis on being part of the campus and living on campus. Yeah. If I had to, I would say your parents are probably somewhere within 10 years of me. Yeah, that's what at least when I was 18, the impression was once you hit 18, you're off to the campus. which for the record, my college was an hour and a half away from home, so it wasn't like I couldn't commute or anything like that, but the expectation was there. You used to be in politics? The leader comment that you made would definitely check out with that. Got heavily involved with the Boston City Council. Oh, and Boston Public School Committee. Other than that, you're not very social in terms of clubs or extracurricular. Intriguing. Yeah. Well, hopefully you get an opportunity. It sounds like you're... I rarely ever get to speak to young people who aspire to be some sort of like leader, right? A leader position. So it's quite neat to hear someone who is interested in that, especially being part of some sort of school committee. How is I'm not sure if you got a chance, but how is the like public school system in Boston? I imagine, is it on the uptrend, the downtrend? It's so hard to tell when you're on the outside of these things. I grew up in when I was growing up, we bounced between school districts. So we went from like an incredibly low socioeconomic area to a incredibly affluent area. So my upbringing is very mixed. You get an impression that everything is pretty terrible, and then you get everything's exceedingly luxurious. And then when I went to college, I grew up on a private liberal arts education, both for my undergrad and my graduate studies. So there was a bit of a transition from being underprivileged to a privileged position. So it's difficult to gauge whether this stuff still holds true or not for public school systems. I did go to a public school prior to college. Then college and on, I was at a private liberal arts college. So private liberal arts tend to take you outside of the public system. You believe it's still strong compared to its neighboring school districts? I see. But Boston's enrollment is down, which forces the layoffs for teachers and paraprofessionals. I see. Yeah. It's over these years, there are some bittersweet moments for like the roles of education, like educators. Somewhere in my mind, I feel like there might be maybe what I would say a more of a renaissance for educators in the future. I don't know right now. I'm not sure how you feel about the role of the post-internet age, right? The post-excessive information forward type of impact on the role of educators. I do feel like not too distant in the future, there might be a resurgence for perhaps the premium for human-based experience education. I don't know yet, but that's kind of my working narrative. At the moment, there is an over excess of like substitution for educators, largely because it's knowledge is seen to be replacing wisdom, or the requirement of wisdom every once in a while, like pretty rapidly. However, I do see a compensation in the future where people in leadership roles, right? Leadership roles, education roles, mentorship and whatnot may see a potential rise in demand. You agree with that narrative? You think the educator job market is oversaturated and the world is still going through a lot of change? Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. So what do you currently do for, you said full-time and complete coursework. So you work at the same time. That's really impressive. I don't hear that too often. Working and going to coursework at the same time. What do you do on your spare time, if I may ask? You know, exercise discretion if necessary.
Tokasu. Karitoru.
Karitoru.
Awai.
Kawaii.
ひ
You spend your spare time going to the gym? Solid. Solid routine. Playing chess? Intriguing. And then playing video games, hanging out with friends, etc. Alright. So, chess. How do you go about playing chess these days? What's your gym routine like? As well as what's on your attention, like what's on your list in terms of video games? I like the hanging out with friends things. That's a nice touch. I think human social interaction is quite a luxury these days. Nice to hear.
Gai-san.
Gai-san.
Rosui.
Rosui.
喜怒
Ido.
Ishizue.
Ishizue. Kankaku. Igai ni. Wait, ichigai ni.
一概に
Ichigai ni.
蹴る
You go every morning to the gym. You usually warm up with a 2-mile run, solid, at a consistent pace. Fair enough, your cadence. Then get into the functional strength training. I see. And conclude with a shower and 10 to 15 minutes in the sauna. That is a solid routine. What is your strength training, your functional strength training? Like, are we talking about functional strength training like calisthenics? Maybe weighted calisthenics? Or you got your weighted splits? Quite a lot of things to... A lot of choices. Typically, I get up, I do a half-mile run. I alternate between days a cadence pace and a low tempo pace. So every other day I would run at a low tempo, just breathing, like practicing breathing through my nose, and then a cadence pace, which would be the consistent pace every other day. Then come back, shower. And when it comes to like maintenance, I do functional training, like mobility training, and it's largely calisthenics. Your core foundations like your rows, your push-ups, pull-ups, your L-sit. Usually those would cover most of the cores, and squats for some legs, and then calf raises. But largely body weight most of the time, some sort of progression system with skill work. Interesting. A sauna. No sauna. Then I get on. So like before this, I usually do the run and then I get on. There's a mix. You like to work on movements that could help you build a better foundation. I see. You focus on movements such as pulling, pushing, carrying, twisting in your core. Fair enough. And these pushing, pulling, carrying, twisting and stuff, I'm guessing you're using some sort of free weights. Maybe like things like a farmer's carry, weighted lunges, or like walking lunges. I imagine there's like perhaps like rope climbing, handstands. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things that deal with movement. It's intriguing. And video games and chess. I do not play chess, or I haven't played chess in a long time. Although chess is certainly a very wonderful pastime nowadays. Yeah, a barbell or dumbbell, and you do a lot of pull-ups, planks, push-ups as well. I see. Yeah, I do definitely empathize with the practicing foundations, movements and mobility foundations. Keep your body, right? Keep your body moving, functional things. Like one day you're just gonna have to run, and then one day you gotta pull yourself up. Getting up from like a squat position, right? Know how to deep squat to like get things, right? Lifting, lots of lifting motions, making sure you have full ability, shoulder mobility and whatnot. Lots of interesting squats, like deep squatting and stuff for knee maintenance. Am I getting a PhD? I have a PhD, Salty. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been 10 years since the PhD. Oh, for the record, Crazy, both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so if it looks like I'm talking to somebody who's invisible, two sides. Just a heads up. Kiba. Edateru.
交代指比
What's getting a PhD like? Is it different from getting a master's? Since you are in business, I have no idea what the difference is. However, in science, the difference is probably in science there really isn't a master of science, so to speak. So it's often assumed that when you're pursuing a science, you're pursuing a PhD, and then for higher education, and master's is assumed to be part of the process. So there are accelerated programs that are closer to the medical field, so to speak, like a pre-med medical field thing, that would get you an accelerated, like a 5 to 6 year where you write an assisted thesis for master's. However, in PhD, you are responsible for an independent thesis, and that would be the largest difference, which is that one is required to be able to be an independent investigator at some point, like as close as possible. Master's programs tend to feel more like the very end of your bachelor's degree, a little bit beyond your bachelor's degree. Typically in science, those who decide to leave a PhD program would be considered masters, like they would get a master's degree in the respective field. I don't know how it works in business though. In fact, I'm not even sure what a PhD, a doctoral degree in business is like. Usually PhDs are for conceptual and theoretical pursuits in the basics, so in foundational, and I'm not entirely sure what people are doing now in the business field, if there are any foundational basic research. So most of the PhD deals with basic research, which is to try to conceptually discover something that is not necessarily practical or applicable yet. And that's kind of the idea of getting the PhD. Your PhD is in the discovery process of something that is conceptual as opposed to something that's pragmatic or like applicable from existing knowledge. So many of the professions that are applied, like business and econ, or like some of those which they have really solid foundations, they typically do not have programs like that. Nice. Do you have any advice for someone who wants to pursue a PhD in the future? How far in the future are we talking about, Salty? You're currently in your first year of your undergrad? I mean, it would be inappropriate or negligent of me to provide any form of advice when it comes to someone who's just starting college. However, I would say one of the defining characteristics of someone who would pursue a PhD, I can give you my anecdotal discussion, like to quick, like, if this sounds not quite advice, but more so what a PhD stands for typically. So I would say anyone who is pursuing a PhD would require that they have some sort of independent thought. And what does that really mean in terms of the scope of like education in general? It's largely, when we think about, like, for example, the internet. The internet is a repository of information. Right. Typically that includes things that are facts and like opinions, interpretations. And the pursuance of PhD requires that you qualify to have independent thought. That is to be able to take what is information and generate novel concepts and evaluations that are non-existent yet. So one thing that I often see that in the post world, so we're talking about those who are now 18 to 20, between the ages of 18 and 22, like college years, is the idea that independent thought is kind of not there anymore. It's not there anymore. Typically, the idea of independent thought is what a PhD stands for. To me personally, the core aspect. With the advent of the internet, for example, oftentimes now it's more using pragmatic skills to apply existing knowledge and iterating on existing knowledge, but usually applying existing knowledge. So when you're going through your undergrad, right? If at some point you think, which is what Crazy actually said, you think of becoming a leader, someone who predicates on experience by taking existing information and building it into your own image. That's usually when someone may realize in their 4 years, like 4 to 5 years of undergrad, that you may want to pursue a PhD. But typically anything beyond, if that is not reached, if the idea and pursuance of independent thought, as in leading in thought, is not something you consider, then I would say that I would strongly consider other options. So for example, some behavioral patterns for an undergrad to have is the idea that when you make a mistake, for example, I show this, I demonstrate this online for like language learning, but when you make a mistake, are you trying to correct that mistake? And how you go about the process of correcting that mistake is closer and closer to bringing you to the idea of a PhD. It is not the same as looking up a correct answer. Correct answer and then repeating that correct answer in order to obfuscate the process of correcting the mistake. Looking up a correct answer circumvents the entire process of independent thought. You put no thought into it. You simply corrected it. So this is a common pattern that I see when someone uses the internet to learn. It's basically antithesis of a PhD. And that is not to say that it's better or worse. It's more, I would say, if I had 3 students and I see one student who's trying to develop their own solution to something with information, so they're integrating information, I would choose that person more often than not than someone who takes someone else's information and solves the problem with that information, not integrating it or developing it or improving it or modifying it in some way. So without the synthesis of information, you cannot, in my opinion, it would be highly discouraged that you would just seek a PhD. And you don't have to be happy, you know, like a PhD is not like a thing that elevates one's thinking. It's more like the appropriateness of the pursuit. Your reasoning for this is you want to contribute to the ability of making free-form volumetric holograms from existing, which would require a PhD in optics. Interesting. Well, I know nothing about volumetric holograms, nor am I an expert in optics. However, if you are trying to make something new, perhaps a PhD, if you are looking to iterate on something that exists now and you're a freshman in undergrad, I would say that is incredibly naive, that something like that would not exist by the time you complete your PhD. So that would be probably my most sobering suggestion to take into account as you're seeking your education in optics, whatever it is, like a PhD in optics, and you're looking for like a technology that exists now. The idea is that technology may or may not be applicable or interested or even a pursuit, like a field of that you can pursue by the time you get into graduate school. Usually what the advice, whenever someone asks me about advice and they're just starting college, the idea is to focus on what you can do in college as an undergrad with any area of interest that you have currently, and see if you can develop novel thinking skills and critical thinking and problem solving skills in anticipation that whatever you think now is relevant will likely be irrelevant or not necessarily a point of interest by the time you get to graduate school. That's one of the bigger, in my opinion, one of the classic lessons that you learn over time when you go through undergrad. Your undergrad will determine if the stuff that you set out to do would be even relevant. Typically, one of the things that are, I would say, a characteristic of a non-PhD person, right? If you were to try to confirm something, a non-PhD person is to think that the present will stay static. Usually one would plan on doing something and expect it to change. So if you're interested in a field now, you try to study that field now. So you study now and you start working on volumetric holograms, understanding that the field is going to change by the time you get to your PhD. And whatever you like now will be far more advanced than it was before, at least in my opinion. That's typically how I would say. This is where you would start converting into a PhD track person. A non-PhD person would be something like, I like video games, so I'm going to make a game that I like today. Like today, in another 10 years. So that to me is more someone who thinks of the goal versus the process. And in my opinion, personally, someone who's interested or is qualified, right? This is about appropriateness, not really who's better or who's worse. Usually when you think of a PhD track person, that person is consistently taking account that information and whatever they're working on is consistently changing over time. So if you're going into school now, you're doing your best. So you learn as many topics relevant to your current interests and you explore that to the best of your ability, always accepting that it's never going to be the same by the time you get there. So kind of like when someone starts learning Japanese, for example, the difference is like if you take someone who's in applied field, when they learn Japanese, what they would do is they would find quote unquote the best strategy, whatever the best strategy is offered on the internet, and they will proceed to do that and hold it static and expect that there is minimal change from their initial starting point, and they would achieve their goal using the best strategy. That's usually, in my opinion, someone who is a non-PhD person who works on pragmatism. So the pragmatic way to save time is to find the best strategy and go about that. So like if you a first year in undergrad, you tell yourself, I'm going to do this to pursue a PhD, that will be largely irrelevant by the time you get to it. So in another 4 years, the landscape of your pursuit will have dramatically changed. In fact, you probably are going to develop something beyond just volumetric holograms, if that is the case. However, by the time you get to the end of your undergrad and you're thinking, I'm still going to do the same thing that I've done, that I planned to do 4 years ago when you started college, then I would say that's probably going to be some serious growing pains when you enter graduate study, because graduate study does not select for people who have static thoughts. They are rarely ever in that way. And by the way, this is not to be expected of a freshman. What I'm specifically saying is when you go through your years and you become a senior, when you're about to graduate, the idea is the perspective is supposed to change. Like your life experience, your experience in college is going to take you and decide or help you decide if, yeah, do you want to pursue a PhD or a non-PhD? Right? Like, and a non-PhD is what I would say any field that has applicable science. Like making volumetric holograms can be in applied sciences, as in electrical, like technological engineering, an engineering degree of some sort. And that is probably as short as I can keep it to emphasize that I don't think necessarily. I know you said that it requires a PhD in optics now. I'm not entirely sure if volumetric holograms will require a PhD in optics 4 years from now. So that is kind of a tough statement for me because I have no idea what optics is. When I think about a PhD in optics, it would require the understanding that whatever is still needed for volumetric holograms is in a field of conceptual science. That's why there's a PhD requirement in optics. However, when that technology and that foundation is established, which could happen in the next 4 years or within your PhD program, it may no longer be a PhD requirement. The consideration is that most of the time PhD means that it's in a field of conception. Right? Conception and testing is what would happen with that technology. So if you're asking yourself, I just want to discover things, I want to create things, lead in thinking, that, in my opinion, is what defines a person who wants to become, who wants to go to graduate school. It's not necessarily what the application is. Like, I don't often feel that the successful candidates are people who say, oh, I have an application that I want to do. That's usually, they are far happier, in my opinion, or more appropriately in line when they pursue like a master's in a applied field somewhere, like engineering, for example. They're far more happier in that nature. You can still pursue a PhD, obviously, and discover if you're interested in that. But generally, the philosophy, right, the doctoral philosophy, the PH in PhD is for discovery, is for creation. So anything you now know that you can do now is probably not the thing you're going to study then. The whole goal between a master, like a PhD and a master's, is the idea that the PhD will likely be something conceptualized. You're looking for new foundations. So you're going beyond foundations. And masters at the end of, like, typically I would say masters and bachelors is help you gain the foundations of critical thinking and problem solving skills for your existing field. And then PhD is when there are no right answers and tons of questions, and you are responsible for the thinking. I think that is one of the, to go back to Crazy Wave's initial question, what is the difference between getting a PhD? Is it different from getting a master's? Yes, one of the biggest differences is that this stands for novel critical thinking and problem solving skills. So the last thing you want to do is go online and hope that someone else can answer your questions. That's typically not the routine. You're going to go to lab, you're going to go to your research, and you're going to rack your brain around something that only a select few will be able to communicate with you to do. So to me, if you're going to make freeform volumetric holograms, and that is a conceptual, like there's a conceptual understanding of that now, I would say it's probably going to be a very specific part of freeform volumetric holograms that you're going to dedicate your PhD in optics to, which can sound like a lot of fun in my opinion. I spent 7 years looking at a very specific step in a very, very long life cycle, or what relatively long life cycle of viral particles. So, and that nuance is the level of a PhD. So you're not looking to make the entire thing. Like making freeform volumetric holograms sounds like, to me, sounds like 30 PhDs, and then down the line, hundreds of engineers before it's conceptualized. So you might, like, if you're thinking about, oh, you're just interested in a very specific part that is like a, I don't know, a bottleneck for the development of freeform volumetric holograms, and you're specifically interested to conceptualize and overcome a specific hologram, like a specific principle that's related to the construction of freeform volumetric holograms, then those are probably the questions that a PhD bound person would be interested in. Not the sake of making something, but more the exploration of its principles. Otherwise, you can probably, like, save yourself, quote unquote, alternatively save yourself a couple years to pursue engineering if you're specifically interested in making the holograms as opposed to conceptualizing the hologram. Something like that, I would say. Oh, there, drama. Two students in one day. Really, really cool. What have you been doing, drama? I've had the privilege to meet someone who is who's allegedly a first-year undergrad who's interested in optics, especially pursuing a PhD in optics, and then a second-year business student who has an interest in civic duties and management stuff. That is wildly different. Like, both of them are wildly different. No CS majors to be found, drama. Not today. In before, like, two CS majors who want to make video games. Crazy, I know, drama, crazy. I haven't even met someone who wanted to be in linguistics. You've been immersing quite a lot? Oh, tell me about your immersion. What are you immersing in at the moment?
学習
後期。
灯る
Sounds good. Your hope was generally to make it exist, so maybe it's not the right path. You're a CS major, not interested in video games though. Oh, you're a CS major? Okay. Salty. My thought is, if by the time you graduate, right? By the time you graduate in your undergrad, if the thing that you're interested in is still in the conceptual phase, like, and no one's doing it, or someone is doing it, but the collective few are having conceptual bottlenecks, and your thought in your head is, I just want to see if I can make it possible. I think that is kind of it. Like, so to me, for now, keep thinking that way. I think one of the, if I had to guess, like, in a top, there are signs that I typically look for, top 5, we like tier lists, right? Top 5. Some of the signs is, if you're constantly thinking, like, no one asked, but you want to see, you're specifically interested in the concept, and you're still thinking that by the time you become a senior, right? I think, to me, that's a pretty good
that's a green flag. So for now, since you're in the first year of your college, you know, do your classes and whatnot, explore, right? And by the time you become a senior and you're like, nah, I'm just interested in concepts, you know, how things work, that pretty much no one is asking about. Like things like that where, well, everyone seems to use electricity or like they use optics in this way, but do they even know how to use optics in a different way? That kind of thing. Those are the things that I would say is a major green flag for PhD pursuit, because you have to have that vision eventually in order to defend your thesis. That is what your thesis is going to be. So, you know, chill, follow your field for 4 years, follow your interest in freeform volumetric holograms or whatever is related, and you follow it until it's time to make a decision, and you write and defend a thesis for it. For me, I was simply interested, like, to give you a very quick thing. I didn't even know what I was interested in until my second year in grad school. So I was already in a PhD program, and you actually decide what to pursue, like what you're going to pursue then. And long story short, to like compress it down, it ended up being a virus lab, actually a retroviral lab. I ended up being in a retroviral lab, which that's not what I set up for. If you ask me my first year of college, I was set out to be I was actually going into medicine. And then by the time my 4th year rolled around, I was pretty sure I was going to be a biochemist in protein science. Then I spent 2 years, the next 2 years, in a government lab studying skin tumorigenesis. But then the first 2 years, I actually cycled into protein labs again. But then ultimately, I ended up in a retrovirology lab, which studied specifically an avian retrovirus. And even then, we were looking at insertional mutagenesis. Just very specifically using a particular step in avian retrovirology. And you might be thinking, okay, so what does this have to do with education? All of these things right here, that's semantics. That's just semantics to me. A PhD is someone who learns things. They learn and discover things. Whether it's old or new or trendy or applicable, the whole idea is you take all of these and you synthesize something new and learn from it. So no, I don't study any of these things anymore. However, it would take me, if I were to get employed into a field, then I will synthesize and do the thing. So whether it's Japanese or Chinese, the PhD part that you have is the critical thinking part. The critical thinking and problem solving part. So rarely is it often about the thing you're doing, like the semantic of the thing you're doing, but you're always indefinitely interested in the process or understanding the process of something. So hopefully when you go through college, that's all you think about, at least in my opinion. By the time, if I talk to a senior and that senior is like, I've learned way too much in college and now there's so many things I can do, I'll just make a list of the top 10 things that are interesting to me and see where the opportunities takes me, because it doesn't really matter as long as I'm interested and invested in studying and learning something. That's usually the difference, in my opinion, between someone who will eventually be a successful doctoral, right, a doctorate, versus someone who is going to get slammed by their narrow vision. They'll be constrained by their interest, which is usually not a great indicator for pursuing graduate studies. When someone says something like, oh, I'm going to college to do this very thing, and then 4 years down the line they're like, I'm still going to do this very thing, then you're limited. Then that's not to say bad or good, but inappropriate for someone who's pursuing independent thought. Because then you have a dependency and a restriction on how well you can solve problems and critically think. In order to be someone who is bringing something into life, like something conceptual that's never been conceptualized before, it requires that you are not bound by something that is pre-existing. You can use all pre-existing things, but in order to create something anew or create novel discoveries, it requires skills that, and like a personality, I would say, an environment that is appropriate for that person. You don't generally focus on application, you generally like learning for the sake of it. For example, you're currently trying to conceptually understand how computers work. You're working on NAND to Tetris right now, which talks about how computers work from the beginning to the end, and you make a computer from scratch. That sounds like you're on your way. You never focus on application, you don't like making things, you like learning. Yeah, that sounds good. And you keep at it until you're senior, right? Until your 4 years of college. Hopefully you keep that up. I think that's it's a nice green flag for a PhD candidate, for sure. You kind of reached a point where you have fun listening to N3-ish level podcasts, but you completely lost when you're not reading subs. I mean, why not both? But you don't want to go back to listen to super boring, lower level content to practice subsist listening. You've seen the light. Subless light. Oh, I see. That's an interesting thought. I don't think I ever had subless listening or reading or hearing yet, even in my native language. So that's interesting. I'm not sure what is it that you feel like you're gaining or losing when you're reading and listening and doing things at the same time. It'll be interesting to see how you overcome that barrier. I don't think I've ever thought of it as a crutch before, so perhaps you and I will have. There's no subtitles in real life? Oh, there are subtitles in real life. It's up here. Drama. I disagree with you entirely. Sounds good. You're going back to reading your book. Have a good one. Yeah, take care, Salty. Thanks for the challenging question. I wish you the best. If you so happen to remember in a year's time or 2 years, 2 years time, maybe when you graduate, I would love to be here, hopefully alive, to congratulate you and maybe even hear from what your PhD pursuits will be. Salty, good luck, good luck. Yeah, Drama, I disagree with you. There are subtitles in real life. It's right up here. So, your mind is as big as you think it is. Like, for example, if you're looking at this and you believe there are no subtitles, then that's perfectly fine. I actually think of Kana when I hear someone talk about things. So prefrontal cortex. I mean, sure, Drama. I don't know what else to tell you other than visualizing characters and whatnot is something I do on a daily basis. So whether they're on there or not, you can keep telling yourself that there's no subtitles in real life. If you don't want subtitles in real life, you don't need subtitles in real life. I hope I get to hear how you navigate that. Like for me, I don't like. I still do read things with both and all of the above. And I didn't really talk about how my method works, so it'll be interesting to hear what your method is, or what you think my method is that you're trying out. A lot of times it's like mix and match to keep myself on my feet. So like double subtitles, triple subtitles, hybrid language. Like most of the content that I watch are in 2 languages and 2 subtitles back to back. So I already mentioned the type of content that I watch where people speak 2 languages and have two sets of subtitles back and forth. And then if they don't, I simply have the same subtitle of the same language. That includes English, I suppose. I don't know if that for the record, I don't know if that improves listening or not. Like some people will say, well, if you take the subtitles away, isn't your listening worse? And like, yeah, it's worse. It's less information. Like, okay, well, if you took away the sound and only put the subtitles, right? If you mute the video and only put the subtitles, is it harder? Yes, it's harder. It's less information. All right. Well, what if you only read the words and the words were read to you without anything seen at all? You're just hearing the words. Is it harder? And it's like, yeah, it's harder. It's less information. So, and then you ask me, what is the easiest way to consume immersion? Subtitles, sounds, vision, commentary, and also the native content, context, and a documentary or something that gives me another like background to what that primes me for the program. All of that stuff. Throw all that stuff in and I'm good to go. So in the future, when someone tells me, oh yeah, like how do you immerse? It's like, well, I immerse with all the information. I immerse in all the information and I take turns focusing on a few things here and there. Like, okay, well then what if I just took away this stuff and took away that stuff and took away that stuff? It's like, yeah, you can take away those stuff, then I'll try. So I don't do isolated practice like pure reading. I do, like, whenever the opportunity presents itself. I don't plan isolated practices when I'm immersing. Like, that wouldn't be immersing anymore. So pure reading is not immersing. Pure reading is pure reading. So I guess my definition and your definition might be a little different here. Immersing is, you call it IRL. That's everything. I do everything when I'm doing everything. So when I'm talking to you and holding a conversation, I do have a web in my head that's filled with keywords that I could imagine needing to use during my conversation if I wanted to. So when I'm immersing, I'm doing everything, or I'm using as many things as I can. And then I'm figuring out where my quote unquote weaknesses are, or like maybe my crutches, that's what you're referring to, right? Crutches, like, so then you try to take it away, right? Take it away. And I totally understand. The process is you take away your crutch so you can work predominantly on your things. My alternative is I focus on those things. So I try to focus on those things in the swarm of those things. So like, despite subtitles being there, am I listening? Or am I reading? Sometimes, some days I'm reading more than I'm listening, and some days I'm listening more than I'm reading. When it comes to the immersion in IRL, everything is available to you. Or at least that's what I think of as immersion. When you're in the state of immersion, you have every possible information for you to use. When you're unnaturally learning, quote unquote, unnatural, so non-immersion methods. Non-immersion methods is when you take things away. You take away things and you like focus only available things. So like if you're purely reading, then to me, that's purely reading. So you're specifically only reading. And some people would say, well, I immerse in manga, right? Like you immerse in manga. And I'm like, it's missing audio. Say, well, manga is not supposed to have audio. I hear audio when I'm reading. So when I read a book, I see colors, I see pictures, I hear soundtracks. So when a word, you know, like the crimson drop of blood, you know, echoes in the vacant hallway, I hear and see the things too. So my perspective on immersion is that you do most of these things regardless if you're trying to focus on them or not. So that's, at least in my opinion, what immersion is. So when you read a book, you're not purely reading, you're reading and hearing and seeing and drawing and all that stuff. Now, to me, if you're wondering, okay, well then what's the drawback? It sounds like whatever you're saying will cover everything. So I know it doesn't. I can't focus on things. So like I practice focusing on things. So this is where the unnatural stuff comes in. Right? This is unnatural. And I still do it. So when I see this, I still see an image and a color. Like, what do you think this color is? Like this character. What do you think this character is? Oh, actually, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but I'm sure you are at this point. Immediately, this character is black. The left one is black. No thing, it's black. And then this color, what's the color of this? This is red. So you get a black-red color. And why is it important to get a black-red color? Because it's typically negative. Not that it's important. Like, I'm not saying it's important. The idea is I remember things willy-nilly, so it's difficult for me to know when I'm purely reading or not. Like, I'm not, like, if you're purely reading this, what does that mean? Like, if you're only reading this, because there's only characters here, what do you see? I'm gonna be real, this is gonna kinda suck, but I see someone kicking a dog. If you're wondering why I'm seeing kicking a dog, it has something to do with this meaning. Mubo. Yeah, imagination. It's reckless. It's reckless to kick a dog. That's the first image that came to my head. Someone who's being reckless. The reason why I'm thinking about dogs is because I doom scrolled some dog videos before I started streaming, so I'm just thinking of dogs right now. For you, is kicking a cat? Yeah. So, all right, drama. But hear me out. When you're doing sublist listening, I would love to know how you get across that. Because there's one thing that you also said earlier. You said you don't want to watch boring, lower level content. This is another thing. Oh, and we can relate this to PhD, sort of. So when you're saying boring, lower level content, it's to assume that lower level content, there's some relationship between how things are boring and that they're low level content. Like, what I mean is these things are somehow related for you. And when I'm listening to this, quote, lower level or higher level, whichever, right? The question is, I guess you're purely listening, or you want to purely listen. And that's probably the thing that you and I might not feel the same anymore. Like, you and I probably don't feel ever the same about this, which is the idea that whether it's lower leveled, boring would imply that there's no information that is interesting. Like, what I mean is, if you're purely listening, then I would agree with you. At least my understanding is the concept is when they're saying things, if you're purely listening to them, it's going to be boring because you're purely listening. I'm not purely listening when I'm listening to, I don't care if it's higher or lower. I'm not purely listening to them. Like, I know what they're saying, but then I use my imagination, right? I hear what it is. I see the flag that's interesting to me. So like a lower level content would be something like, oh, they're talking about moving. Like, they're moving, they talk about moving homes, right? And the only thing I think about is like, oh, okay, moving homes, huh? What does that remind me of? Oh, moving to college. So like, I imagine when they're talking, I imagine myself moving to college. I'm like, huh, I wonder what I can say with that. So that's kind of what I mean. And then higher, so hear me out. Higher, it's not boring. I agree with you. Higher is not boring because you're learning something, right? You're trying to learn something, and the higher stuff is engaging to you because you have a lot more to think about. And I totally get that. So this is my way of sympathizing with you, right? For me, that's also true. The higher it is, there's more to learn and more engaging stuff. So that means I'm doing less imagination. So I don't have to do a lot of work. I don't have to do more work as I'm going. So usually when something is boring, it also means I have to do more work. However, the more work doesn't mean that it's bad. I think some people think it's bad because it's boring, because there's not a lot of work to do. So when someone talks about their day, right? Oh man, your day, like someone is talking to you and it's like, oh, I ate eggs today. There was it was nice weather. Flags. I have something to pay attention to. So when it becomes boring, I end up doing more work. So for example, when I'm listening to lower content, I do listen to N5 content still. I listen to this particular person, and I was listening to the inflection point. So she has this interesting inflection all the time, and that's what I was paying attention to. Now it takes me a split second, right? It takes me a split second to know what she's going to say because I already know N5, right? That part is boring. That part is boring. But I was listening for her accent the whole time. So I'm there instead of paying attention to what she's saying to remind me of like stuff. I'm more interested in how she says, how she breaks up all of her syllables, like breaks up all of her ideas. Like where does she end? You know, watashi no, right? Watashi no, and then like benkyou wo, right? Like that type of thing. I start thinking about that stuff as opposed to like the stuff that I need to review, right? The boring. So over time, regardless of what is boring, it's interesting because there's more other things to evaluate, like her face. Like I look at her face and the shapes that she's making when she's saying something, and then her body language and her like environment, and then what type of pictures that they show or something like that, or what type of picture I picture. So that's kind of how I keep myself like not bored, but still like working on lower content, I suppose, if you're thinking about lower higher content. That part you and I might not see the same. However, I want to hear your version of it, like how you're going about it, and maybe I could try it out, something like that. Like for my purpose, whenever someone tells me, oh, like when are you gonna go watch anime without subtitles, and I'm like, whenever I decide to not use subtitles for any language, which is rarely. The times that I use no sub, the times when I use no sub is I don't look at it. I know this might sound like, well, if you're looking at the screen, the subs are there, right? So aren't you looking at it? It's like, well, sort of. When I'm playing a video game, for example, my eyes are on the video game. And when I'm listening to an anime, for example, the subs are still on there, but I'm really actually just listening to it. And I'm watching the video game. I'm listening to the anime. So this is where it gets a little dicey. Like sometimes when people think, oh, I talked about this earlier about divested attention. This happens a lot. So my mind tends to wander quite a bit. I'm like a fourth wall, guilty as charged kind of person. So oftentimes when I'm watching an anime, I'm thinking about how these subs are composed, if I'm looking at the sub. And if I'm looking at the image, I'm thinking about the composition of the image and like the animation, how I would produce the animation. So when I'm watching an anime, you could even call this like not immersed. Like some people, this is where I feel like I'm still having trouble connecting to people. When someone says they're immersed, they mean like taken away, right? Taken away to someone else's world. So like pure immersion, as in you are in this scape, forgetting time, right? Yeah, like you're lost. You get lost in the pureness of whatever you're consuming. Yeah, trance state. And rarely am I in that trance state. I'm not in that state. So the irony here is I'm in a state that I'm immersing. So how do I immerse in my way. In my immersion is I'm filled with thoughts. Which can be the same, by the way. Which can be the same. Like, I'm immersing in this person's work. But immersing in this person's work means that I have to connect with my feelings, my thoughts, my nostalgia, my all of me, like all my thinking process. So oftentimes that deals with fourth wall stuff. So like whenever an interesting scene comes up, my first thought is, I wonder why they decided to stage it during the day as opposed to during the night. And then how would the filmography look like? You know, how would the cinematography look like if it was a night shot as opposed to a day shot? And meanwhile, you know, the people who are immersing would be consumed, right? They would be consumed by what's literally in front of them and nothing beyond that. And I can say occasionally in my life that has happened, but it's rarely now, which would be cool. Like, I try. Sometimes I try to be like, okay, just go for the ride. Don't try to guess what's going to happen. Don't think about like the escalating factors. Do not connect the dots. Simply immerse, right? That's kind of how I get closer to describing what other people do. When you're purely reading, you're specifically reading only for the words. So when you're purely reading like a book, then the author can trick you. The author can bamboozle you, right? The author can lead you into a dead end. You can assume the role of that character. And that's pretty interesting. It's pretty much not how I read books anymore. So that's kind of a tough one. Hey MAKU, surprised to see you stream this early. Is this you going back to your normal streaming time again? Sort of. Today's Friday, so I have an evening call on Fridays. So I have to stream earlier on Fridays in anticipation of a later evening. We've discussed immersion in media before. I was surprised by your view on it when you first explained it. Yeah, I don't break the fourth wall very often. Unless I get like IMAX is what I can get overwhelmed. So like you can overwhelm me with sensation, right? With senses. I think that's the closest thing that I'll ever get to like a trance state, like an immersion state, where like if we were sitting in a room, right? If we were sitting in a room and it's like an IMAX thing, right? And all my senses get overloaded, then yes, I would say that's the closest thing I would get to immersion. However, since I spend most of my time in front of a computer screen at my leisure, most of the time I'm fourth walling. Like, I am I can already feel it. If Drama and I decide to watch a movie, I feel like I would annoy the heck out of Drama. Because if Drama asked me like, oh, okay, well, just, you know, do what you normally do, I will be talking non-stop through the entire movie. Because I would have to communicate all my thoughts to the person. If I sat there and kept all the thoughts to myself, then there's no way the person next to me will know what's going on in my head. Like, legitimately. Like, if I sit alone in a room and I'm watching something, so many things are going on in my head. So if someone wanted to understand what's going on in my head when I'm watching a movie, they wouldn't be able to watch the movie. That's what I mean. So most of the time when I go to the movies and I watch with other people, I used to still go to the theater. And what happens is I keep track of all my thoughts. Like, I legitimately scroll through all my thoughts. And then when the movie ends and we go out, like maybe to eat or something, that's when I would say, like, I would like vomit an essay on the movie. But the people that I'm with, they were immersing in the movie. So what they would do is they would say something like, "Oh yeah, I felt so sad when this happened. I was very moved when this happened. And I was excited when this happened." And then that would be the end of it. Meanwhile, I was talking about the MacGuffin that happened in the first 5 seconds of the movie, and every instance of when that MacGuffin is shown up and how it basically acts as a MacGuffin the entire movie. And then someone else is like, "No, it's not a MacGuffin. I felt sad for that thing." I'm like, that's not the mechanic of the thing. They never got the thing, right? So it would be something like that, where like, what's a MacGuffin? A MacGuffin is like, let's use an MCU example. Let's say there's an artifact, right? There's an artifact that everyone fights over, right? Some very powerful thing. And by the end of the movie, it existed, but no one got it. That's a MacGuffin. I'm trying to think of a very specific one, but a lot of times when you think of Marvel movies, that's a MacGuffin. Like Marvel movies have a lot of MacGuffins where like, oh yeah, this is so powerful and thing, and they fought over it and everything, and it just doesn't make it. Could have been anything, and it wouldn't matter. It could have been anything. They would just fight over things just because they're fighting over things, not because there's a powerful entity or something like that. Like, oh yeah, this is priceless. Yeah, the One Ring. Yeah, the One Ring is like, they would fight over it, but they would still fight over it if it didn't exist. Like, most of the time, all like the actions, right? The actions of the characters and stuff, they're really just fighting each other. It would have been irrelevant if you took out the thing. The thing is very irrelevant. Even the quality of the thing or what the thing is. So a lot of times MCU does a slight MacGuffin, where they're like, they keep describing this all-powerful artifact thing, but it didn't affect the series of actions in the movie. They fought each other, they beat each other, and it could have been a dollar bill. I don't know. So that's kind of the things that I would talk about. And I knew this for a long time. Like, I would say, you know how, like, you watch a dog video, right? You watch a dog video, and someone would watch, like, 30 minutes of dog videos. And they would simply say, "Oh, it makes me feel good." Meanwhile, I'm thinking, oh man, 30 minutes of dog videos. I wonder what the frequency of the different dog breeds are. And I feel like a substantial majority of them uses a particular point of view process. Huh. I wonder if the statistical nature of the dog breeds reflect a particular demographic. This is what I would be thinking about. Like, legitimately, when someone says, "I just want to immerse," like, I just want to vibe, right? Vibe and immerse and make things easy. My first thought is, I make things harder. So, no, I don't like vegging out. So whenever someone says, like, I'm doom scrolling, right? I tell people I do doom scroll 10 minutes before stream. And then someone tells me, "Oh, so what do you do during the doom scrolling?" Like, they're curious. Why would I doom scroll? It's like, the true answer, the truth is, I don't doom scroll. I literally watch the shorts to figure out a story and like a hot take to talk about in a day. So like, the idea of sitting around and immersing in things, like the way people immerse, is the passive thing that they do. They like to do it passively, as in, oh, just don't think about the things you watch. You're just trying to consume it. You're consuming the media. And my first thought is, hey, if I'm up and about, I might as well make something of it, which is related to the whole PhD discussion earlier. The idea is when I look at something, I'm not purely looking at it. I'm thinking about it. So if you show me a dog, I'm observing the dog, like what kind of breed it is and how it has a slightly off-centered ears, and it's interesting how this dog is not occupying all the space of the frame. What's the deal with the owner being left-handed because the view is constantly to the left of the dog or something like that. So constantly like that. And I think the only way I can immerse in something is probably sensory overload. When something like overloads all my senses so I can stop thinking about things. But usually not really. So most things are interesting. Princess Peach, a MacGuffin? Yes, I would say Princess Peach is totally a MacGuffin. Now, Zelda is no longer a MacGuffin, because Zelda actually does impact the things, but Peach, it's kind of hard because Peach also like now does things. Like Peach is playable in the game, you know what I mean? But the princess, oftentimes the princess is a MacGuffin. Like, for example, if you make the argument that, right, Mario and Bowser just don't like each other. You know, they just don't like each other. Right? If you think about it this way, think about the first Mario film. This is topical because Mario Galaxy just recently came out. So think about the first Mario film, right? Where was Princess Peach in it? Like, if you have to think about how Peach was introduced, besides just there's Mario and there's Bowser, then it's probably a MacGuffin. Like, it is part of the storyline, by the way. In the first Mario film, Peach was part of the storyline. But the question is, do you know exactly what nature Peach had impact on it? Would Mario and Bowser still duke it out, even if Princess Peach wasn't there? I don't know. My first thought is, man, I don't even know what Princess Peach did, like, at all, like, in the movie anymore. Like, I'm not even sure. I know, was DK in the... I think DK had more of a role in the first Mario film than Peach. No, you see, I'm not sure Peach was in there. Because, remember Bowser sang about Peach, right? So technically Peach was not a MacGuffin, I guess, in the Princess Peach, in the Mario film, because Bowser had an entire song dedicated to Peach, so sure. Like, the whole motivation, like, Bowser's motivation is to get Princess Peach, right? And then Mario is supposed to get Princess Peach back. My first thought is, if Princess Peach was removed, would they still duke it out? I honestly think most of the time Mario would still duke it out with Bowser, even if Peach had nothing to do with the premise of the show. But technically, she's not a MacGuffin. Usually it's like, I would say an Indiana Jones movie. An Indiana Jones movie would be a great MacGuffin. Like, the compass, the whatever treasure they're looking for. It ends up being a MacGuffin. I don't know enough about the games, unfortunately. Yeah, last time you went to the cinema, it made your heart beat out of your chest. Oh, yeah, exactly. The immersion thing. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, today is interesting. It's been an interesting day today. Yeah, how are you doing, Procall? We'll try to get this thing finished first.
覚悟
I'm gonna go. Sorry if you missed out, but what call did you have to have later? Oh, like just our normal Friday thing. I've been doing like a normal Friday thing in the evening with someone. So typically on Fridays I'm a little earlier because I want to finish up, eat, and then do that. And it takes a really long time. And then tomorrow I'll be like up in a later time again because of how later. Go eat something, maybe check in later. Yeah, take care, Drama. Let me know. Wait, hold up. Let me know how you go about what you do to get like less boring and your sublist thing. I genuinely want to hear how someone else goes about it, because I genuinely have not. Movie theaters are the only time I've ever like had subless thoughts, so to speak, like have subless thoughts. So you're gonna have to fill me in. I would love to hear deeper like investigation of how you go about your pure reading and stuff. Yeah, definitely don't be shy, because I want to learn about how other people are experiencing things. You're doing well, thanks. You've pretty much finished your group project. You guys built from scratch an AR fault detection system with a web page and mobile app. AR fault detection. You could send you some screenshot videos of it if you're interested. Yeah, absolutely. Take care, Drama. Take care. Enjoy. AR fault detection system with a web page and mobile app. So what kind of AR fault is it? Like what is the nature of the fault? My first thought is like I'm basically imagining like some sort of equipment that is displaying something, right? Displaying something, and you have you have a companion device, like a app, right? That allows you to diagnose in AR equipment, like AR overlay. Okay, it's for public transportation station, like bus stations. Okay, so you video the station, all right, and then the AR overlay will scan and identify faults, like say cracks. Oh, okay, so it's an AR to okay, it's to analyze using an AR interface. I see. Intriguing. And I imagine the scanning and identifying part leads into the integration of machine learning and all that stuff that you are currently doing. Is this still part of the same course? The course that is integrating like the use of AI and whatnot? So this AR fault detection system is using that the underlying process to leverage for like the display. So like you have the AR overlay, and then what's detecting the cracks and all of that other stuff is an application of the underlying. It's mostly a proof of concept, but you have added the ability to scan QR codes, which then correlates to a certain tool needed. Okay, fair enough. Sounds like Google Lens. Actually, are you able to I'm guessing that's proprietary, but are you able to like construct things like that? I imagine that's kind of where we're headed, right? You sent me a video of it. Okay. Intriguing. Like you know how Google Lens, when it first came out, how it works, right? I imagine then it's in somewhat like that, only now you have a existing overlay on top that depicts the information as it's going. Are you having a problem with Discord? Because it seems like my Discord is not connecting. Yeah, it says we have identified the issue. Many users are unable to start this decision. I think. Oh, Discord is out right now. Sorry. Too many users. You're devastated. Okay. I'll look at it later, Procall. I could use my imagination for now. Oh, the video exceeds the size limit as well. Oh yeah, that's okay. You can choose to describe it if you want. I'll use my imagination until we get back on Discord. No worries. Like, you know, you're familiar with Google Lens, right? Let's just say Google Lens, you put an AR overlay on top of a Google Lens, right? Am I to say that what you're doing is having something that screens for specific tools that deal with fault detection, but very much like the way Google Lens is fetching information by corroborating their search engine, right? So their database and their trained things that they're looking for correlate with their tools. Meanwhile, you were doing something to correlate with your tools that are involved, which, as far as I remember, QR codes is definitely one of the functionalities of the Google Lens technology, like software, as well as like others like Bixby and all of them, if they still exist. I don't know what the iOS one's called, but I'm sure it has a fancy name. Okay. All right. Let's get back to this as we... Mental readiness. You know, this would be a great word. Yeah, this is what I mean. Mental readiness is probably a better description. Yeah, before you came in, Procall, Drama shared that he reached a point where he's been listening to like a certain Japanese level podcast, but he gets lost when he's not reading subtitles. So he doesn't want to go back to listen to super boring like low level content to practice like subless listening. And that's where I started digressing and talking about that's interesting thought that you separate the like you see them as separate things. And then he said that there's no subtitles in real life, right? There's no subtitles in real life. And my first thought is, that's interesting, because I don't think there's like IRL is not like subtitleless. Now, the thought is, then I tried to describe what I think about when I'm listening to people. And that's when the thing happens. It differs because some people see color and they see text when they're listening, whether it's there or not. So like when what he was talking about is he was trying to practice by purely doing it. So purely reading, purely listening. And I was describing what happens in my brain, which is very, very difficult for me to do, where others might have maybe significant, stronger propensity to do so. Like when I read your text, I hear you. It doesn't matter if I don't know what you sound like. do you want to know what I think you sound like, or what type of? I use various voices, based on all the information I know from you. Nick Frost, right? That's who I think you sound like right now. Like when you say something like derpy, I immediately just assume that you sound like Nick Frost. Sometimes Simon Pegg. Like it's between Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. That's who I think you sound like. Like when I'm reading your message. Again, it's not about the accuracy. It's simply like I don't, and I told Mika this too. When I read people's texts, it's not that far off. Interesting. Like when I read people's messages, I hear their voices. So whenever someone's like voice acting, right? When I'm reading, a lot of times when you're purely listening, like in a video game, you'll have subtitles or you'll have dialogue, and then the voice actor might not be voiced, but you will hear examples of the voice actor. So then when you see your cutscenes, you hear the voice actor, and then when you read it, you can hear the voice actor. At least that's what I think, right? That's what I usually assume. However, I was incorrect. Actually, a lot of people, what they do nowadays is when they hear the cutscene, they hear the voice actors, right? The people who are speaking, like literally. But when they go to read the dialogue boxes, like in an RPG game, they read it in their own voice. And what happens is it makes it boring. Like, I thought most people would, like, they remember the actor's voice, right? And then they would read it like the actor. So they're like imagining the actor continuing to read the dialogue, right? That they have. And then I would imagine the narrator, like a narrator voice. Like a lot of times RPG games don't have narrator voices. So I am the narrator. So I would speak and imagine what type of narrator I want to be. Like, this is a fantasy game. Let's go read like a narrator's voice in fantasy. So I would pick someone. Like, for example, if it's a feudal English game, like a medieval time game, I would think of Stephen Fry. Like, that's who I would think of, because I heard a lot of his audiobooks. He read the entirety of Harry Potter to me. Like, I legitimately listened to him, since audiobooks, there's no subtitles, right, in audiobooks. So I hear Stephen Fry's voice whenever a narrator has to happen. If not, I just think of Gandalf. What's his name? Ewan, no. What's the Gandalf actor's name? Ian McKellen, right? Ian McKellen, right? That's who I imagine. So when I'm speaking, it's not that I'm trying to do an impersonation of them. It's how they speak, like what they sound like in my head. So you don't necessarily have to literally have it in front of you to see it. Yeah, and you do that too. Good morning, Sananthan? Sananwan? Sathanan. Good morning. What'd you call it? Protocol. You think that'd be normal, but I found out that than one. Oh, than one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Sathan one. Protocol. I think you would think that's normal, just using you as a background podcast. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You're welcome. You're welcome to do so. That's interesting, the podcast thing. When you think that'd be normal, but I actually think it's not. So whenever I ask someone, okay, so now you're reading the dialogue, right? The RPG game, right? The RPG game, and then there's a bunch of dialogue, but there's no voices coming out, right? And it would be like an NPC, for example. It would be NPC, not another character, like some other character. And when you're reading it, most people find it less engaging, at least in my opinion, nowadays, like the younger crowd. The younger crowd, when I'm polling them, I ask them, so what are you hearing? Like, what are you seeing? What is going on in your head when you're reading this information? And their thought is like, nothing's going on. It's just the text. And my first thought is like, what do you mean by it's just the text? The thing says something. It's like, do you think they're angry? It's like, well, I don't know if they're angry if it doesn't say they're angry. So that's the part that I didn't realize was happening. So oftentimes people are purely reading. They're purely reading. So it gets to a point where now I meet people who says, well, it's not on the screen. It's not on the screen, so how do you know? I'm like, well, you can infer it. Like, you can infer it. There's probably something behind this door that they're referring to, right? They need to have visual... Yeah, they need visual clues. Visual clues or literal words. Literal words to tell you. So that's what I think Drama and I earlier were talking about. When someone is purely reading, when they're purely reading something, they're not inferring. There's not deducing, not inferring anything. And for myself, I don't think I've done that in a long time. So whenever someone like, read an information, right? When they read info online and they tell you a fact, it's usually within the confines of that fact. It's a very similar mechanic. So when someone says, oh, it is healthy to drink water, right? And my first thought is like, huh, that's a funny way to state it. It's healthy to drink water. When is it not healthy to drink water? Is water the... Why just water? Why single out water? That's usually what I'm thinking. So whenever someone says their immersion... Sorry, you were AFK the past couple of minutes. Oh, no worries. So when you're immersing... When someone is immersed in something. When someone is immersed in something, I think that's how they're operating. They're operating within the confines of all the explicit information that they have. And sometimes they project. Sometimes. And what I mean by sometimes when they project is the idea that, okay, you're immersing. It's like, but how would I feel in that situation, right? Like, oh no, if I was there, I would be freaked out right now. But the character that they're playing is seemingly very calm. I wonder why that's the case. That's the fourth wall break. Oftentimes it causes a fourth wall break. Like, for example, when you watch a horror film, right? Or like a dramatic irony setup. Anything that has dramatic irony, it can take you out. Basically, like, break immersion, right? And for me, it's the opposite. For me to get immersed in something, I literally break the immersion. So, I've been using this term differently when it came to language learning. When I am truly immersed in language learning, I'm taking in everything. Like, I'm projecting, I'm corroborating, I'm thinking in Chinese and Spanish while I'm reading Japanese. That's me immersing in language learning. But I think for most people, when they're saying they're immersing, they want to immerse in language, like in a Japanese thing, they want to immerse in the podcast. As in, they want to be taken away by the podcast, not immersing in the joy of learning a language. It's more immersing in the content. So then that goes back to Drama's comment. They say boring, low level N5 content because they believe they are an N3, and N3 is less boring. And I already did this with Mika too. Whenever Mika, I'm sure Mika's still here. When we were like looking at random like easy listening podcasts, I had so many questions, but Mika was determined to prove to me that she finds it boring. And my first thought is like, yeah, it would be boring if it was confined to the content they're talking about. That means no projection. You don't use projection and no critical thinking. It has to be explicitly and literally interesting to be interesting. So whenever someone thinks about content online on internet, that's where targeted algorithms work best. They target the thing that you believe is going to be literally and explicitly interesting. And my thought, my personal consumption of internet is I want to become interested in the content, not the other way around. So when something is targeting me, it's usually boring because it panders to me. So whenever I talk about like a video game that panders to me, just because it's boring doesn't mean it's doesn't mean I dislike it. So we have to be careful about that. I still like things that pander to me. Like, hey, oh, here's another deck builder. Here's another deck builder that does all the things that I'm used to. It's like that panders to me, but it's intellectually boring. Like, I'm not interested intellectually, but I still like to play it. Like, I enjoy eating the same sandwich that I know what it tastes like already, but it's still enjoyable. It's boring though. It's a boring sandwich. It's the same sandwich that I've had over and over again. Still good, still viscerally dopamine injected. Fair enough. But it's boring. It's a boring intellectual environment. So this is where me and Drama have two different things. Do I actually eat the same sandwich every day? No, I don't even eat a sandwich, honestly. But hear me out. I do eat the same like meal each day, largely out of maintenance. 2 servings per week on a week schedule. Week schedule, it would cycle a green, but 2 servings of a green, 2 eggs, one serving of white rice, and 1 fish fillet. And the fish would cycle per week because it's produce. So each week. The white rice is because I don't get enough carbs. Rice is for filling up. So you can replace this with a potato if you want. But since I run, you kind of want to increase a little bit of carbs. And you could replace it with a potato if you want. But instead of having rice, just consume potatoes. Potatoes has a far higher satiety rating. And the greens would be like the mix. It can be broccoli one week. It can be like spinach one week. Cabbage one week. And then the fish range, salmon one week. Then like bass one week. Right. So yes, it still does the same deal. And then when I go to social eat, right? When I go to social eat, it's always different. Every single time. Always different. Because I want to be intellectually stimulated at the same time. So, the combination. It's a balance between routine and that. The idea is that my immersion is basically the opposite of what most people think. The majority of the time when you read, it's just silent. Sometimes you manually create a voice of sorts. You imagine they have, but typically only if you had trouble understanding without a voice. Yeah, see, that's closer. So that Mika, the way you're describing it is the way I'm understanding it from other people now. Whenever someone says they're purely learning, like they're learning this, like how do you learn this? Right? And I demonstrated this day in and day out how I'm learning this. I'm thinking about like, well, first I think of Chinese, right? And you're like, wait, but you're speaking English. It's like, yeah, but then I think about English. But then I'm thinking about this, and this, right? And then I'm thinking about his antonym. And I already asked Drama, what color is this? What is the picture you hear or what you see of this? Right? So all of that stuff is happening while it's going. The more active I am, the easier the task is. Or quote unquote, not necessarily the easier, but the more consistent my memory is. So my retention is proportionate to how quote unquote immersed I am. This is what I mean by immersion. If I am not immersed in a conversation, then I don't remember the conversation. So if it feels like every time we talk and I'm reading your messages and whatnot, and someone keeps asking me, you know, I get this question a lot. It's like, how do you remember the details or the significant details of our conversation? How do you know how many times? It's like, I don't count how many times, but I can tell you the important details that exist is because I'm immersed in the details. You don't remember, like some people would say like, well, how do you remember conversations? I keep forgetting conversations. The first question you have to ask yourself is, did you talk in it? How do I get people to how do I leave an impression on someone? If someone asks me a question, I ask a question back. And when I ask a question back, the details that they're going to answer is going to provide my next topic to talk about. And then when I ask the next question, it's going to be involved in the thing that they have told me to my first question. That's how you're going to remember the conversation. Now, you could do this yourself. You could, you know, do it yourself, which is what I do by leading the conversation. However, if you're the listener, oftentimes I get this a lot from students. What is the function of a question? And you might be thinking, oh, this is, and then this goes back to the first topic of all this digression, which is the PhD. Why do you think people ask questions? And you might be thinking, oh, well, a student, if you're like a university student, right? Or a high school student to like undergrad, the first question is like, oh, Oh, what's the function of a question? Is when they don't know something, right? Don't know something. Yes, that's one of the functions. What's another function that will get you closer to a PhD? Curiosity. Why curiosity? Because then you're projecting and you're engaged in the process. So whenever I'm learning something, I ask questions to myself, think about things that I need to know as I'm learning. Because if I am not immersed in learning, then you're going to forget most of those things because they're not important to you. That's one of the things. Hello there. Elodius? Hello. It's been a long time? Can you remind me what we talked about before? Elodius. Did you change your name by any chance? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, hey Renegade. You changed your name. Hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, I do remember what we talked about last time. Are you doing better? I hope things are better at your end. I think the last time we talked, it was like questionable. Like a mid. Sort of mid. I hope things are better now. So that's what I mean, Mika. Like, and Procall. The reason why I think if you're talking to me, right, and we might remember details, that's largely because I think we're both engaged in our conversations. Whether I prompt it or whether you prompt it, the idea is when you are engaged, you are more likely to retain it. Now, what happens in the, like, what happens when you watch YouTube, right? If you're passively listening to a podcast for your N3 practice in Japanese, then you're probably not going to retain most of that because you're not projecting. You're not fourth wall breaking, in my opinion. That's me personally. Like, I talk through things, I often engage when no one else is. So when I'm reading a book, I'm doing the same thing. Like, hey, what's going to happen next? Well, it looks like Harry just got in. I'm talking about Harry Potter here. Harry just got up here, but what is happening? I think there are 3 other characters at the same time doing something. I wonder what they're doing while this is happening. That's what I'm reading. Like, that can sound like immersion, like, oh, I'm being in the world of Harry Potter, right? Like, I'm trying to imagine myself in the world. But the thing is, it's very different from someone who says they're purely reading and everything else is silent. Like, nothing else exists outside of what you're literally reading. And right now, in my opinion, that's how people learn. And when I mean people, I mean younger people. When you are younger, and it's also natural, by the way. Like, what I mean is, this is the early days. We're talking about high school students and whatnot when they do foundations. What you're doing is you're reliant on explicit instruction and explicit visual cues. And that's perfectly all right. Like, it's actually sufficient for most people's lifetimes because they're not interested in extracurricular and creative thinking. But for me, I would think it's boring too. Like, I totally get why 18-year-olds find like most things boring, because they're literally not interested in the thing. It has to literally be interesting. And my first thought is, I don't know, I'll just find interest in it. Like, what do you like? What do you like to watch? Tell me, and then I'll go watch it, and I will tell you something interesting about it. That's it. Like, I'm not, and then what will that person say? It's like, I hope you like it. Right? I hope you like it. And I'm like, I'm going to find something I like in it to tell you about it. not the other way around. Like I'm not dependent on the thing being interesting to me. I know you are interested in the thing, so I'm going to jump into it to figure out, like, the whole reason why I'm watching this is because you find it interesting and it didn't come across my mind. So now I'm interested. I want to know why you find this interesting. So whenever someone shares something with me, I immediately go watch it if I can, right? If I have time. And that's what I mean by the difference between immersion and immersion. One is immersing in the thing itself, and the other is bringing my whole self into the content. So I put all of myself in learning Japanese. Japanese is not responsible for being entertaining. So this is the tough part. This is the part that is very tough between a PhD and a high school student whenever talking. And I have to get used to this. And I've been working on this for some time now. The difference is this doesn't literally have to be interesting for me to find interest in it. In a high school perspective, or like a lower, like an application perspective, the thing has to literally be interesting in order for them to learn something, which is where I come in when it comes to speaking about things. If something is purely boring, I have to make it more exciting so that it can be interesting to them. If you can't make it interesting, then the odds are fairly low that they'll learn something. It's not forever. When you get older, you start developing your own identity and your own critical thinking, and you can end up doing the same thing I do to some extent. Yeah, you have been in school for software engineering, 9 months left. Dude, 9 months. So that means you've been working at software engineering for what? The last few years? Has it been like, I think it's been 3 years, right? It might have been around 3 years. 1.5 years. Oh, okay, 1.5 years. Interesting. Well, I hope you are doing well on that. Oh, you took an accelerated course. Okay. Very nice. What are you gonna do with that software engineering? I bet you end up finding so many plot holes by doing that. You do. You end up game development. I see. What are you have anything lined up, like a starting place, an intern? Does this accelerated program place you anywhere? Are there placements? The plot hole thing, Procall. Plot holes are fun. I think plot holes, whenever I find a plot hole, my first thought is spin-off. Here's one that I do a lot, Procall. I don't call them plot holes. I call them alternative retellings. or like things to talk about on stream. So whenever I find like a plot hole in a game, right? Like when I'm connecting and deducing as I'm going, right? Like for like a Dragon games. And then when I see a potential plot hole coming up, I simply mention them and talk about them, because whenever there's a plot hole, there's an opportunity for discussion. So oftentimes that's what I would do. So instead of calling them plot holes, I simply raise the discussion of them, which is usually in the form of a spin-off. So whenever someone gets really angry, like, oh, they didn't literally tell me what happened in the story, I'm like, you can fill it in. You see what I mean? So like the difference here is when someone sees a plot hole, how do you react to it? Oftentimes some people say they get angry because it's unwritten, like it didn't get filled in. And my first thought is I'll grab my bucket, you know, take my spade, and I'll fill it in myself. That's what I would do. And that's what I mean by immersing in something. If you don't know something, fill it in. If there are no subtitles for you to learn when you're trying to listen, make the subtitles in your head. Go do it. In fact, I would challenge someone to, when they're listening, right? When they're listening, after they listen, like say they listen for 30 seconds, write your subtitles to it. Because to me, that is part of the process. So, all right, it's great that, you know, it's great. It can be awful feeling that when you're reading the subtitles, it's helping you listen. But then when you take away the subtitles, it's difficult to listen. And I'm like, okay, well then, if you're listening, why don't you go write your subtitles as you're listening? Because there's a difference. When you are listening and you're writing the subtitle, that's an output. It's not an input. This is an input, and the comprehension, both listening and the subtitles, is helping you with an output. This is taking listening as an input and creating an output out of it. This is underrepresented. It's incredibly underrepresented. Output. What do you think an output is? Imagination is an output. So when Mika was saying the majority of time when she reads, it's just silence. Meanwhile, Procall, when you and I read, it might not just be silence most of the time. And oftentimes people would say, well, that sounds exhausting. Or, well, that sounds easy. It depends on practice. So output related things are one of the equalizers. It requires effort. And how much effort? That's not the point. The effort makes it more efficient. So if you're wondering, like, when I was a kid, did I sound like other kids? Absolutely. I didn't read books because I couldn't imagine the books being interesting. I couldn't imagine movies and TV shows being interesting. I could imagine video games being interesting. Now here's the catch though. The video game part is forcing projection. So whenever you get this part where someone says, oh yeah, I love video games because it lets me interact with it. It's an active form of projection. Most of the most popular video games to this date is the highest form of projection, like the most consistent form of projection. But then you have these same people and there's like, oh yeah, let's go watch a movie. It's like, nah, that's boring, man. Let's go read a book. Nah, that's boring. Like, I don't have the imagination to enjoy a movie or a book. And then suddenly they're like, but anime, they go to anime. It's like, oh, I love anime. Why? Because they can project into the anime. Like, oh yeah, I'm vibing with this character, or I really feel this character's motive. Like, I get it. It's a form of projection. So what I mean by that is you retain things, you interact with things when it becomes more engaging because it involves an active participation in it. So whenever someone talks about immersion, I think there are two different types of immersion: passive and active. And I actually think people do both of these. They're compartmentalized though. The active participation is when projection is active. The passive part is whenever they're trying to learn something. And you're wondering, wait, are you suggesting that when a 18-year-old-ish is in active immersion, they project, but they're not learning something? I am insisting that. They're minimally learning something. because they're learning about the most comfortable thing. The easiest thing they're doing is projecting what they know about themselves into the material. So they will only filter for those things. So this is my current narrative about learning through immersion. You have two different immersions, and if you observe and record the way they immerse, you'll know if their immersion is going to be actively learning or deficiently learning. And most of the time when you're immersing and the only time you're active is filtering everything based on what you want to hear, that is poor immersive learning. And then the other way is if you're so tired and you don't want to be active and you think of it as learning and not projection, and you do it passively, these are the scenarios for failing to learn by immersion. That's what I think the current problem is. These are the core of the current problems with immersion learning. Those who actively learn through a filter, and those who passively learn because it's learning. Not the same as actively projecting. Actively projecting to learn. That's a combination of the two. That means that you want to learn something and you're trying to be part of the thing to gather that information. That requires a heck of a lot of effort at first. And you're wondering, if someone's wondering, so then how do I start doing this? You don't have to do it all at once. You can do it with other things. You can do it with this. Like, this is only one instance. It's requiring you to spend 1 minute, beef that up to 5 minutes, and think of more than just this. Right? What are you thinking about right now? Are you thinking about just English? Are you thinking about just the translation? Just the reads? Whether it's onyomi or kunyomi? Whether this is a jukugo or not? What does this mean in Chinese? What does this mean in Spanish? What part of speech is this? Right? You can keep on going. You're asking yourself to do just a little bit more. And then you build up this nuance. So whenever someone looks at a portrait, I've used the portrait thing, right? I used a portrait example many, many times, right? Right? When you look at a portrait, if you stood there and you spent 5 seconds and you're like, I know what it is. That's it. You leave. That's passive. And then someone else stands there for 1 hour looking at this very corner of this artwork, and then they spend the next hour looking here, and the next hour looking here, and then finally looking here. Then they're immersed. They're immersed in the thing they're, engaging in, because they themselves have a reason to look at all those things and at the same time consume the product. And that makes the thing memorable. Not the 5 seconds you looked at and it's like, oh, it looks like a person. That's boring. The painting has to be exciting to you in order for you to look at it for more than 5 seconds. That is the problem, in my opinion. When someone says, I have trouble remembering things. Like, how do I improve how to remember things? Well, it's definitely not looking at something for 5 seconds and asking if it's interesting to you. First, right? Learning Japanese is not going to be interesting to you ever if this is your approach. Being fluent in Japanese is what is interesting to most kids who are learning Japanese. Learning Japanese is the worst thing that has ever happened to their life that's keeping them from the thing that they like. I am the opposite. I I genuinely get very little reward whether I become fluent in Japanese or not. It'll be a nice touch. It'll be kind of lovely to be like fluent maybe once this is all said and done. But 99.9% of the time, you're doing the other thing. You're learning Japanese. So I prefer to spend most of my efforts making 99.9% of the time enjoying that than spending the time when someone qualifies me as being fluent in Japanese. So that's kind of the thing. Like, it's kind of like the person, the person who watched a movie and they are only watching it to reach the end. They're only interested in what happens in the end, like the end, like feeling closure, right? So when you ask someone, how was the movie? It was good. Okay, can you tell me what happened in the movie that led you to the conclusion of it was good? It's like, no, this was good. Overall, it was good. Like, okay, like, can you tell me a scene? Maybe can you tell me like a bad scene or a good scene? Like, tell me like something about the movie. Did you remember anything about the process of the movie? It's like, nah, chief. I just vibe that stuff. Like, that's it. That's how I feel when I talk to people about movies and their days and their meals and their workouts and their goals and their classes and their language learning and their immersions and their methods. The list goes on. Like, so, like, what are you working on right now in your method? I have some problems to work on. Okay, like what? Like, I imagine these problems occur fairly frequently, so they should be right there, right at your fingertips. Like, well, I don't know. I wrote it down somewhere, but I could tell you, but I would have to go find my notes. And I'm like, why do you have to find your notes? It's like, well, I didn't really remember them. It's like, they must not be very big problems if you don't remember what the problems are. I mean, right? So this is from someone who says like, oh yeah, I'm frustrated with language learning right now. I keep having this problem occur over and over again. And I ask them, so what's that problem? And they're like, well, I don't really remember. I wrote it down somewhere. Or my tracker tells me I have this problem. It's like, it must not be a very important problem if you can't even remember the nature of the problem or explain the nature of the problem, even though you keep telling me you keep having the problem. If you keep having a problem and it's consuming most of your life and you're not even being able to pay attention to it, then why is it a problem in the first place? That's oxymoronic. It's illogical and irrational, in all wrapped up in one. So that's kind of one of those things. Every single day. Those are my typical conversations. Not yet. You wait until this month is finished because you're doing a team project, making a revamped newish DK, but not using the Princess, Mario, or Donkey Kong. We're using an apprentice wizard, Goblin King, and the teacher. That's so humorous that you use that. You are talking about like those characters because we're just coincidentally talking about those characters. You find it weird as if I were to read a quote from, say, David Attenborough, and you could internally hear his voice when you read the quote, and the voice in my head is way more accurate than if I try to speak the way he does. That's exactly what I mean, Procall. That is the imagination. So, like, your brain can create whole subtitles as well, but you would be pressed to reread it back. Like, what I mean is, it's incredibly impressive how much there's a disconnect between the inputs and the output of your brain versus the literal output. Like, because you still have to develop the output, like the speech and like the mind-body connection, right? So despite that, whenever someone tells me, oh, it's not literally there, and I'm like, I know it's not literally there. That's what your brain is for. What do you think your brain does? if hear me out. I think you might like this. So the earlier kid talked about optics and making freeform volumetric holograms as a PhD pursuit in optics. Like, if we were really going to talk about literal, right? And you're trying to challenge me about brain, about how IRL and brain what does IRL and brain have anything to do with this? Well, the world is upside down. Like, if you truly think that your eyeballs and things that are literally in front of you and explicitly told to you by ear is not processed by your brain, yeah, your eyeballs are upside down. Like, the image that's projected onto the brain is upside down. Your brain is doing the interpretation. So when it comes to, like, when someone makes a comment like, oh yeah, there's literally no words on my screen, and like, you can put words on your screen. Like right now, what word am I putting in? You know about that. What is the reason? What do you mean by what is the reason? Oh, it's because that's how the lens works. You know how, like, when you have a lens, and the light goes through, right? It produces a object that's upside down. Like, so this is up, and this is down. So then it goes through your brain, and your brain flips it right side up. Why do our brains turn it around? Because then it works. I don't know why. I don't know why they have to turn it, but it works because selection. Which doesn't go with selection. Like, for example, if you imagine, what if people evolved not to flip this? The question is, did they die? You see what I mean? Like, what I mean is, if you're asking why, usually if you don't have any other idea, it's probably due to selection. And one of the selections is probably, maybe this wasn't a survival factor. Like, think about throwing things, right? But you could make an argument, but what if they just normalize everything? You know, like, if you need to throw, right? If you're gonna throw up, instead you just learn to throw down, so that all your brain functions would be inverted. I don't know. What you can argue is there's probably a stronger selection for a brain that ended up flipping things right side up. By the way, if you're wondering, is this permanent? No, you can already do it. You can wear a goggle. So wear a goggle that inverts everything. This is an experiment that's done. Wear a goggle that inverts something, right? After, I forgot how long it is. I'm going to say greater than 30 minutes. The brain is going to flip it the other way. I kid you not. So this is, you can do this with yourself. Not recommended, you know, when you need to do something, but you can buy goggles. You can buy something that will flip all the images, and then just spend 30 minutes looking at it, and your brain is going to flip it the other way so that it can be functional again. It's so cool. I think your brain is, you know, the human brain is awesome. And that's kind of what I mean by, yeah, don't sell your brain short. Your brain does so many things. You guess to be aligned with our body sensations. It's probably that. I would agree that whatever your body is mechanically doing, yeah, whatever your body is mechanically doing, your brain is interfacing at that. So when people talk about like perceptions, you know, how literal everything is, it reminds me of people who are younger. And I mean younger meaning they're more they haven't explored enough. So younger, more like in a sense of naive. So when you start to explore more, right, like more cultures or more languages or more voices, oftentimes this creates an intuition of maturity. And that's when you're thinking, when you read a book, right? If you read like hundreds of books, it will feel like all the books have voices. You'll feel like all the books have plot holes or different directions the book could have gone, but it didn't go that direction. When I'm reading, like here's a crazy thing that I feel you don't have to do still. I've met someone who watches like one movie every 2 days. I barely watch like one movie like a week, right? And when I go to talk to this person and they named the movie, right? They named the movie. And my first thought is like, oh, hey, that movie. Oh, that director. This director, you know, directs movie A, B, C, and D. But this director is more like director Z plus director X that commands this plot device. Meanwhile, that other person's like, I don't know, I just watch all their movies. Right? So this is how I feel most of the time. Whenever someone says, oh, I really like this show. Hey, if you like that show, take the wonkiness of this plot device and this particular motif, and then imagine it spun in a science fiction with a little dash of Kubrick, and then maybe like this, you know, the cinematography of Hitchcock, but more like modernized, pragmatic set pieces like Christopher Nolan right now. Then you get this movie. Does that sound interesting to you? So that's kind of how I describe things, right? Most of the time, I describe things based on the details that I see. So whenever I watch a movie, I'm thinking of those things. Like, oh, you know, that is so Spielberg-esque, but maybe this is going to be the new, like, Spielberg, post-Spielberg movie director. Like, that kind of thing. That's what I do most of the time when I'm looking at movies. I combine all my previous memories and group them together. So then it's easier to remember. I know what Ridley Scott does because Ridley Scott's work is related to someone else's work later down the road, right? If I had to pick a Ridley Scott iteration, oh, that's kind of tough. Honestly, Ridley Scott is still on his own. I think Spielberg has a couple follow-ups. Spielberg typically characterizes having children and like really coming of age stories while being tied in a strong science fiction background. So you can find a couple of directors that do that quite a lot, like the people who does Stranger Things. I'm still getting familiar with their names, but generally speaking, that's how you like compress your retention of things. So whenever someone says like, drama said IRL no subtitles, right? I'm like, well, you can make the subtitles IRL subtitles. Or someone often tells me like, if you're immersing, you have to purely do something. Like purely listen, right? Purely listen. And I'm like, if I'm immersing in something, I'm doing everything I can. Like everything. Whenever someone tells me learn by immersion, right? That basically take a very difficult thing and you do everything possible to figure out what that difficult thing is. So like if they gave me like a question, you know, they gave me a picture and then they gave me a paragraph, right? And then they gave me some sound and then I could see them animate it. That's immersion. Immersion is like the most amalgamated, highest version of information. That's like sitting down with you, Procall, across the table and sharing a hot cup of joe, and I'm looking at your body language, listening to your enunciation, your tonality, how you're enjoying the cup of coffee, what it's like in the room, the sounds and ambient noise, while also paying it, like all of that is immersion. That's the highest, most encompassing amount of information. The funny thing is, nowadays people think of immersion as doing only one thing, really, really immersed. So like when you want to immerse in something, you purely read. When you immerse in something, when you see something, you're purely watching. When you're immersing in sound, you're purely listening. And my first thought is, dang, you could still purely listen while there's still something on screen and something written. Like that's what I have a problem understanding. Like if all of these things, right? You have subtitles, and then you have an image here, and then you have sound coming out, right? They're all there. The thing is, can you pick up the sound? Can you pick up the reading? Can you pick up the visuals, right? And then, or are you picking up this? And I think most people nowadays pick up the whole thing as one thing. And then when they look at it as one thing, they think of it as one best thing. So if you're so used to reading subtitles, then all you ever do is read subtitles. Despite all the information, all the other information is available, you simply pick up the subtitles. So then you remove the subtitles. Now you have sound and the visuals. And then they're like, oh man, I can't understand what they're saying because I'm busy paying attention to what I see. So then they remove the visuals, and then now they're only listening. So that's how, in my opinion, the current youth learn things. They learn things by compartmentalizing them. So the question is, do they have the critical thinking skills? So when you do this, do they eventually develop the critical thinking skills and the problem solving skills to put it all back together? Or be able to focus on one thing in a big amount of things? Or integrate them? And the answer right now is not really yet. And I kind of want to answer this question. If I were like, for example, if I wanted to get another PhD, right? I would go into education, and this would be the thesis question I want to answer. I want to conceptualize how the new age generation, a generation that is heavily optimized and compartmentalized, what are the effectors and factors involved in getting them back to synthesizing and integrating information? Like, basically, like conduct an experiment, right? Like a social experiment on testing various parameters on how to get from a hyper compartmentalized structure into a integration and a synthesis. It's like so like instead of doing a deconstruction. So you take all this stimuli, right? You take all this stimuli and you're able to deconstruct it. And then their preferred way, where they take the sound, right? And then the dialogue and then the image, right? I'm doing this right now, by the way. I'm literally doing one of the strategies that I'm doing. I'm using symbolic gestures, and I'm doing them so often that now they have a linguistic, like a semantic syntax to them. So I'm using this to mean sound, listening. I'm using this to mean reading. I'm doing this for pictorial stuff. So these things, can they take these things and put it back together in any way? Not, this is not the same as doing it the correct way. We're talking about creating a bigger thing from components and then breaking them back down. So that's kind of the idea right now. Anyways, that's a good place to stop. You gotta head off. We may join back in a bit. As always, you keep listening until you fleshed out and wrap up the conversation. Oh, no worries, no worries. We're good. This is a good place to stop. I think it's a really interesting. If I had something to say for anyone who's interested in like a PhD or a language learning or something, this is a really pretty fun time to be interested in human pedagogics, because in my opinion, younger people have fundamentally learned differently now. I think it's it's significantly different. That if you were to find something interesting to do, you can compare and contrast previous generation pedagogics, like the old formal education that's still here, very much still here, and how it might be either maladaptive or requiring of refinement for the future generation because of the internet and things like that, especially the internet. All right. Now we really gotta go. All right, back to finishing this stuff. Chikai. All right. Moist. Uru.
潤う
Oh no. To it. How do I to be wet? Okay. It's just to be wet. Okay. Alright. Imbo. Yeah. Minzoku. What? Probably gonna be on the later end of the 3 a.m. original time today if you wish to plan accordingly. I mean, wait. If you wish. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be done well before that, so I'll be ready whenever you're ready.
覆面
Women. Oh, we have more reviews. Yeah, 5. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Eru. Eru. No? Oh no, it's not accomplish. Decline. Otoreru. Discord outage looks bait. Yeah, I noticed that Discord came back up. Yeah. Devastated, huh? Yesterday, P5X had a network error, and I was devastated too. Like for like 3 seconds, I'm like, oh, I could have been doing something, but it would have been to like log into P5X for like 10 seconds. It was a deeply upsetting 2 hours. What did you do in those 2 hours? Did you do anything like in thought? You just went to message your friend on WeChat? Oh, okay. You just go to a different platform. I see, I see. That is certainly one way to get around that. 陛下。抽選。遂げる。尽くす。悔やむ。Yeah, usually resort to iMessage, FaceTime, WeChat during outages. I see. Whenever a power outage happens or like something, I actually like for example a power outage. If it's during the day, I just go for a walk. If it's during at night, I have battery powered things. I would use a battery powered light and I would just read a book. or the goated response for nighttime is I just go take a nap. And know that when I take a nap, I'll be rested when the lights come back on. Oh, for you during power outage, you charge your device in the car? Oh, fair enough. We have battery banks. So in my like parents' house and stuff, we have like very large power banks. We're talking about like things for cooking and the other stuff. Power banks. But I just go take a nap. Yeah, the ones that you would charge with the ones we charge with solar panels instead, using solar panels. Not that it applies at night, but the idea is you charge them and then you use them throughout the day. Like these are actively being used for other appliances. So various appliances are connected to battery powered to the banks themselves. Not like, for example, light fixtures and stuff are connected to the banks, the power banks, not like in the grid. So like when the lights go out, the lights don't go out. If you know what I mean. So the lights stay on, the other stuff stay on. Not Cliff. What is this? Verizon. Okay. Aitaku. Uwabara. Miso. I still go and take a nap. That's pretty much what I do. Take a nap. Meditate. Seibo. Seibo. The heck? Sakasama. Upside down. Tsumoru. Nushi. Fair enough. 診断する 中央 For you, your family just have some pretty bright flashlights, and for food, we just open the fridge for 3 seconds. Outages are pretty common, sometimes last 18 or so hours. We also get Wi-Fi outages. Oh, I see. Outages can last fairly long here too. The thing typically is, yeah, the refrigerators are often a problem. Yeah. We don't have any backup, and like power supplies for the fridge. So typically we just don't open the fridge. We do have, oh wait, there is a secondary fridge though that can be attached to a power supply. The alternative is my parents would like drive out. If we understand the power supply is gonna be out for some time, we drive out and get ice and then shove some ice into the fridge. Shove ice into the fridge and the freezer. So you typically go and pick out some ice.
緊急
Thank you. And obviously, you don't have to do that at night. You simply wait for the day to come by because the fridge usually pretty okay for a day. Then you drive out. If you know the power outage is gonna last too long, go buy some ice and then shove it into your fridge and freezer. Usually, if your freezer is packed enough, that residual temperature will keep it for a fairly long time, or sufficient anyway. This is urgent.
Seipai.
Daijin. What? Just minister. Huh?
面積
Menseki.
Kowagaru.
There have been disappointing cases of the whole freezer and fridge expiring. Yeah, it's one of the most devastating parts about power outages, in my opinion. Like fridges and refrigerators are very devastating. There were a couple in my lifetime. There were a couple like regional American disasters, like when it comes to like, because of natural disasters, there were long periods of power outages. You hear about freezers and fridges quite often. And the stuff that I'm talking about, like going out to grab ice and stuff, that came from living through those periods. Soroeru. What the soroeru? Okay. Kantoku. Kakuryo. What? Oh. It's a buffet! Alright. Fair enough.
Kanki.
And, genmai.
玄米
genmai.
Kanryo.
Oh yeah, you made the poor decision of making something similar to Anki for your CS coursework? You're reusing your experiences. It's good. It's repurposing some of your experiences, I suppose. Now, the question is, have you learned something from it? Time will tell.
Hodoyoku.
Hodoyoku. What was Hodo? Hodo is extent? Is this extent though? I'm not sure if this is extent. Okay. Hodoyoku. Oh, properly. That's not a show. See? Heck! That's decoration. Or decorate. What? What is dry up? Kawa.
Shochi.
You had most of the intro work done for now, which will be due in a week. I see. Good, good. Good, good. 精神病. Okay. Oh no. I'm trying it's not, I thought it was dental. This is to register. Dorokuru. What?
登録する。
完了的
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Taiseki.
体積
Taiseki. Itama.
炒める 乾杯
節々。
Also, now you have been confirmed to have B as the new overall math grade, which is nice improvement. I know your recent exam, you said your score was not that far off from your elite status. It was not that far off from an A, right? 70% is an A, right? Or is that a different grading scale? I remember 70% being A. And you had the mark, you had a 66, right? Heck. It's kind of like a mark. Like a charm. So what would they use for this? Ink. What is a token? Oh, oops. Sorry.
総理大臣
72% is an A for this exam overall. Interesting. As opposed to 70. The marks are counted together. If it were stats alone, it would essentially be an A. Okay, but the pure side pushed it down to a mid-range B. Okay, I see.
欧米
Every time I hear America, I don't say America very often. I tend to say the United States. I like when people are in Europe, they don't say the EU all the time. They say the country, right? Like the European country. I say the United States quite often, but whenever I hear America, right? Like for example, like Japanese, I think of there's this really old show which then was brought back and iterated a bunch of times. There's a cooking competition. It's called Iron Chef, and it was originally a Japanese program first. So they created a new Iron Chef later down the road. The relative, I think it was the son of the host, and he created Iron Chef America. So when they introduce, when he's hosting and he does this intro, he says like Iron Chef America, and it's like so like bombastically America, and that's all I can think about every time when someone says it. Not like the other thing, which the memeable America is like America, you know, like the meme America, like America, which I don't really say. So most of the time, yeah. The American teacher came up personally today during lunch to come and tell me I was doing well. You were quite speechless, which you're usually not. Well, that's lovely. Yeah, that's lovely. That's also interesting. I do say American though. American, I do say, because I'm referring to like the continental America. I don't know, that's how people think about it. Well, whenever someone says like, oh, American, it's like, oh, all right, you know, like American is this general area, and that's good. And then whenever they're referring to like, oh, you know, like, where are you from? And it's like the United States, because it is important to understand that is you know, united. They're United States. They're states that are united. Sometimes you might, the deeper cut here is not all states play nice with each other. You think of it as the US usually, and it is here. No idea where the states she is from though. Oh, okay. Like, I say the UK a lot of times because I'm literally referring to the UK. However, when I say someone's English, I really do mean they're English. If I knew they were English, and if they were Scottish, right? So those are the same courtesy, like the same idea. Like whether it's a courtesy or not, it's a habit of mine that I translate, because I refer to the United States as the United States and not America. Most of the time, the United States are in the Americas, and I do the same for that. Like Germany is not like certain European countries, for example, may or may not be in the EU. So whenever people say EU or European Union and stuff, I think of the European Union. I don't think of Europe as Europe's continent kind of thing. And it translates again to Asia, for example. Whenever someone says like, oh, I'm Asian, I have to be very careful. If they're referring to, or to me, I say I'm Asian because we're referring to anyone from the Asian area. And then whenever they're curious, like which, right? And that's usually, you go from general to specific most of the time. That does make it okay, like when someone says, oh, you're from, like, it's not like I'm gonna go out of my way and say, oh, they said American, like America, and I'm like, yeah, America, fair enough. I just asked them if they're specifically referring to the United States or not. I don't think I've ever heard someone say like South American, for example, or Central American. At least I'm not sure I've heard that before. Seru. Odd. Aki Seru. How is that done? It's that odd? I don't think it's... Okay. I don't think this is odd. But all I can think about is odd. We got 3 more. Let's go look at what the other 3 is. What? Oh, that's lineage.
Umoreru.
Alright, we're back here. Sell. There's something about selling. Moving. Oh, this is drawing close. Yeah, drawing close. So, you'll say,
Yoseru.
or to move something close to. Okay, good enough. Oh, and then we picked up the other 72, so we might as well do stuff too. We're going into extra innings here. Also, you found a way to get the iPad thing working from earlier, though it's poor resolution for the free tier. Yeah, that's what I meant by not really anything commercially reliable, so to speak.
採石 休憩
土塀
欠
欠
如
如
悲哀
煎
煎
茶
茶扇風機ん
扇風機
I must have had a typo. I don't know what I typoed though.
銅
Oh,
二十歳
Oops. Ah,
化
化
粧
粧
愛蔵
魔法使い柳
伊勢
伊勢
黒い霧雑
雑
巾
巾モンピ
扇子
扇子 Whoops
扇子
Whoops グラム
炊く
炊くWhat happened to you? It's not that. It's not that. What is going on? How am I drawing? What is this?
Hey.
粘土
粘土
炊
炊飯
飯器
器
墜落中
中
佐
佐
土
土俵
俵際
際土俵際
補佐
補佐
少佐
少佐
巻き尺
えOh no.
Oh no. Oh no, this is rough. I sort of forgot the rice plant. Something ne. Ah. No. So whole is definitely. We're gonna have to come back to that.
Nijiro. Nikumu.
Oops.
Kuseni.
Tsukon. Fukin.
In. Sawayaka. Meiryo. Date.
Shaku.
Kudaku.
Nenchaku.
下唇ビル。車椅子。
行こう。上唇。挿入。自炊。
Do you know of a to sort of control minus on OBS to make everything smaller or zoom out as control doesn't work? Do you know a way to sort of control what part of OBS? What do you mean? I don't understand. Control minus doesn't work. Like zoom out what part of OBS? The whole thing? Like the display and the text getting smaller of OBS? Inabo or Inaho.
稲穂
Alright, and then we'll leave those guys for tomorrow. Hey, are you gonna buy Subnautica 2 early access? I'm guessing not from our previous conversation. I'll probably buy Subnautica 2 if it comes at a pro rate. I usually buy early access games as a pro rate. At a pro rate. Like I bought Hades 2, for example, early access. But I'm not entirely sure if I believe in Subnautica 2. Usually I buy things at the pro rate of the early access expecting that I believe in its 1.0 launch. In a recent video they said the early access would be going on for 2 years, which I don't really understand. Since it's gonna go early access for 2 years, probably not. I'll probably buy a little closer to when their 1.0 launches. Hades 2, I typically buy early access games just to keep early access games because of the pro rate. You don't have enough screen space to work with the current size of the UI in the scene comfortably. So you just resize it with the window. I'm a little confused by your question about zooming in and zooming out. You can like resize every dock. So all your docks are resizable independently. Unless you're talking about reducing the text size. There's a minimum size for every single dock. So that's how OBS works. So whenever you're saying like make everything smaller or zoom out or zoom in, every dock has a separate zoom in and zoom out through your accessible points in a drop down screen. But there's no like shortcuts. If you're talking about if there's a shortcut like Control minus on OBS. Yeah, every dock is resizable. You can even remove all the docks if you want. It's under dock. You understand what they meant by that though? Are they saying that the full game will come out after 2 years? I really hope not. Usually when it's been like 4 years since perhaps you're just no longer used to it. Thanks though. Yeah, like if you go to dock settings, you can customize all the docks. It's kind of like I don't know how you use your Procreate or whatever, or Clip Studio, but Krita does the same thing. It's like most art programs, they're all docks. So they're resizable. Everything is resizable based on docks. So you can't like control and resize all of them. They're all separate things. All the dockers are separate things. So you can resize all the dockers to your liking if you like. So the scene will become bigger. Clip Studio lets you mess around with everything as well, but not Procreate. Okay, fair enough. So I mean, you use Clip Studio, so there's no reason to. I'm not sure about Procreate. I'm pretty sure you can, not in Procreate. Maybe not necessarily in the iPad situation, but I'm sure you can move around your UI elements. It doesn't really matter. You use Clip Studio Paint anyways. So in CSP, that's how OBS works. Yeah. So you resize all your scenes and stuff based on how large your dockers are. So you can remove all the dockers except for the scene if you want. Oh, Procol, I'm not sure if you play early access games too often, Procol? So the game is always going to be the full game. It's always the full game. Like what I mean is whenever they're talking about the early access period, usually there aren't too many indie titles where they like deliberately save the full game by not releasing the full game. So when you're playing the early access game, all the stable content is still the stable content. So like the difference between like a year and a half, like for example, as it is approaching the 2-year point whenever they release it, it's not like there's a tremendous large jump from whatever the early access is to the 1.0 launch. That's again, I don't know if Krafton changes up the name of the game or something, like how they release things, but generally the 1.0 launch is not that far from the 0.9 launch, like from the 0.9 of the early access. Like it is whatever is working in its state as it's going. So early access is not the same as early access of a video game, like a AAA title video game. That type of early access deliberately withholds most of the content until the actual launch. Like it's not a demo or like an early access promotional thing. That's why I usually wait for the 1.0. I wait for 1.0 because it's incrementally playing the game over and over again. So by the time 1.0 comes around, you practically played 90% of the game. That's what I don't know. That's why I asked have you played games early access before? Usually there's like 2 years sound pretty reasonable. It can be as long as like it's ever going to be. I mean, technically there are games that are released that you could consider as early access games because they weren't ever fully realized. Like for example, you can argue No Man's Sky was an early access game for the first 6 years. That's the early access that I'm thinking of when Subnautica 2 is releasing in early access. I don't know if you and I have the same type of understanding. So like for example, when I played I Couldn't Wait, and I played, which game did I play? It was like 0.9. It was close enough. And then the 1.1 launch from the 0.9 version was like 1 hour more than it was before. Also, have you ever had issues where your cursor sort of shows twice, like a smaller version overlaps? Is just a preview issue? No, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it on my preview. Maybe that's not what you were asking. I think the game is probably as feature complete as it can be stable when it's in early access. Whatever happens between now and the next 2 years to the 1.0 launch is still that. Like it's the game being added, like things being added to the game, not that they were withholding something about the game. Now, I think what you're concerned about is that the game won't end. Like there's no closure. Like the story won't be completed when you play the early access. Now that is a possibility. That is a really possibility. The idea that it's a full game, if you're talking about like there's no beginning, there's no end, like beginning, end, a full closure, that could happen. In early access would say that there will be no end at the moment. So the end would be tentative. Which we already talked about this earlier. It's for me, whether I play it in early access or not, usually I play it because I can play it as it's going, not that it doesn't really matter to me if a game suddenly ends or like doesn't have a conclusion. I fill in the blanks. But I can kind of see it being very unfortunate when you say it's unfortunate that the full game isn't going to come out after 2 years. I guess you're meaning if the game has a proper ending, as in like there's the whatever the narrative or the goal has a proper ending, and that is probably true. So it'll be 2 years before you'll see a proper ending, maybe, to the game. There are some early access games where they make the whole game, like they make the context of the game beginning to end, and the early access period is to add features into the middle of the game, as in they add more mechanics and stuff. However, in the case of Subnautica 2, there's probably a narrative of some sort. A lot of those type of early access games, the games that are mechanically bound and not narratively bound, it really doesn't matter if the game ends or not. It's not designed to end anyways. Like, the narrative doesn't end. So it might end up being like a Deltarune situation, which could be off-putting. Where like the game is being released episodically, right? Or like the game is being released and the ending is not there yet. As in they didn't release to close it up. Which I could see that happening. I played both Subnautica 1 and Below Zero, yeah. Did you complete them though? Yes, I 100% them. I always 100% games. Why is that relevant? Do you think Sub 1 had a good storyline? It's a lore-based survival game. It's good for that. Like, I think it gets an A+ or like an A for a lore-based survival game. I don't think it had a narration or a storyline. It's kind of like saying Outer Worlds had a storyline. Which I haven't... Outer Wilds had a storyline. Not quite the same as a survival exploration game. I think it had great lore. That's... I know that Subnautica is breaching the narration thing, like breaching. I'm not entirely sure if Subnautica 2 is going to embrace that part. I think it's actually going to take a step back. Less of the storyline and more so lore building, like environment building, world building stuff. Kind of like the way Outer Wilds builds their mythos building. So to that end, I don't think it's going to be a problem for their early access. It's not like they're going to advertise like, oh yeah, our 1.0, it's going to... the mammoth conclusion to what makes Subnautica great. I think 90% of their audience that they're pandering to, right? Their audience that they want are audiences that want things to explore. And the mid-game, the process of exploration and world building. So that, I believe, if you can't wait, you can probably play it early access and it'll be as imaginative as ever, because then the only thing you're asking about the early access process is which biome are they going to add next? Like, what's the next thing they're going to add? What is the next thing they're going to add? And you're rarely ever concerned about like the storyline. I don't think Subnautica, if you're talking about does Subnautica 1 have a good storyline, and you remove the bounds of the like a survival game, survival construction game, right? Semi-construction game or exploration, survival exploration. Like, if we get rid of this restriction, I think it has a poor storyline. But that's not what the game is designed for. So for like, if we're putting it in the title of survival exploration game, the storyline is pretty good. The storyline is I would say B to A, like low A. Maybe we'll use a number like a 8. So what are like some gold standards, for example? I mean, I don't play Elden Ring, but there's Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring uses the same mechanic. And that's not even a survival exploration game, right? Forest and Sons of Forest. There's like a nod to Long Dark, which Long Dark 2 is coming out soon. I haven't played any of these games. I'm simply now evaluating them on their like storyline or like their lore building. So Elden Ring is not a survival horror, but I like to give it a nod most of the time because I don't play Souls games too often. So Forest and Long Dark would be a great example. The exploration and the process of getting that thing in the distance is very real on these. Especially Forests, exploring like the weirdness of the world and the anomalies and whatnot. I don't know what it's called, like the process, the anomaly exploration ones, where you're exploring in alien environments, not like literally have to be about aliens or other planets, but more like a environment that is unnatural, like a paranormal. Forest is paranormal. Long Dark is like a cold wasteland. So I would say it's about an 8. It's slightly above average. Like it's above average for survival games. I think Outer Wilds would be the gold standard for me. I haven't played the Outer Wilds as well. I own most of these games, but I haven't played them yet. Outer Wilds, I would say it's a gold standard for the kind of the heavier exploration. So less so survival, so a de-emphasis on survival. Because as much as I think Subnautica is a quote-unquote survival game, it's like de-emphasized survival. It's exploration forward. A Forest is survival forward. It's supposed to be exploration. But Outer Wilds would be a great example. I've been meaning to play Outer Wilds for some time. Once I find some time here and there. I do have a recording of Sub-Zero. So Subnautica Sub-Zero was the second or the third game I ever recorded and stored on YouTube. Subnautica 1 was well before the whole YouTube thing. Like, what I mean is, I did stream it, but it was on Twitch. When it comes to storylines, if I'm thinking like storylines, I would consider myself a bit of a snob when it comes to storylines, because among the top 3 reasons I play video games is for storylines. So when it comes to that, if you remove the bounds, right? Remove the bounds of genre-specific standards, then Subnautica I would give Subnautica a 3 for story. You don't play it for story. Like it's barely compelling. As a piece of science fiction, it's serviceable. It has no narration whatsoever. It has a slight intrigue, but we're talking about comparing outside the bounds of its genre. A survival game gets bogged down by that type of the stuff that I'm talking about. So like strong storyliners would bog down Subnautica's design. Like if you sit there through a monologue about the downward spiral, right? Downward spiral of the alien aquatic inhabitants, and that would bog down the Subnautica game. I think the vast majority of people only care just enough, a little bit here and there, it's one of those things like you have to maintain a balance between too much explicit information and keeping the mystique and the mysteriousness of the world. I'm the other way. I'm the dry guy. Like the long-winded exposition and consistent layered drama and a classic epic, right? So when it comes to science fictions, space operas and epics are my gold standards for storylines. And I said storylines with an S. Most of the games that I hold as gold standards for story, they feature storylines, multiple layered perspectives, and a sprawling epic across multiple time periods or multiple lifetimes at least, which is not what Subnautica is designed for. I enjoy Subnautica because of much like everyone else, I think the storyline is serviceable. The exploration is what creates Subnautica's main feature, which I don't mind. It's incredibly tense, it's exhausting, it's emotionally exhausting, like for me. So it's like a sensory overwhelming. It's quite overwhelming sensory. The audio, right? There was a controversy with the audio guy in Subnautica 1, but thanks to that guy, despite the controversy, the audio is intense. Like, it's incredible. The audio design was exceptional. So if I were to say, what do I play Subnautica for? 10 out of 10 audio design. That guy doesn't work there anymore. There was like that controversy, right? The controversy. And the balance, the elegant balance of survival tools. So it was casual friendly, casual forward. For construction, I would give this like a 8 out of 10, which is very it's nice, it's great. And then the design, the world design, which you could consider as a level design. Some people would call it a level design, which I kind of disagree with. That comes from people who play lots of FromSoft games. They think of level design as like the world and all the stuff. It's like, okay, well, the level design, that's a 10 out of 10. That's where the exploration games go to die. Do or die, right? Exploration games do or die based on its world design. So these are the reasons I play Subnautica. Audio design, and world design. Which factors into the whole exploration thing. When it comes to like other things that people like, which is like base building. Base building gets like a 5 out of 10. It's serviceable. It's average base building because we have the base building genre, which is unbelievable. I mean, Satisfactory is probably at the moment, I would consider it a minimum standard when it comes to base building, Satisfactory levels. And there are a lot of them coming out soon, like mobile bases. So mobile bases is like the new genre, which is like a hybrid of your Satisfactory stuff with your survival and exploration. So we have like the train one, like the thing on the train tracks, the Snowpiercer game. I forgot, like the Snowpiercer like game. I forgot their titles. They're all indie titles right now, so I'm still getting familiar with. There's one that's an RV. So cozy RV transport thing with the base on top. And then there's the train track ones, right? You start with a train track and you build your entire base onto a train track. So those things are gonna happen soon. Which one of the most attractive things about Subnautica was the idea of building from base to base or having your submarine outfitted, right? Your big mobile base. So I think that's one of the attractiveness of the Subnautica likes, I guess. It's really interesting. Story, I still remember most of the story. I enjoyed the intrigue. That tease, especially when the shuttle got blasted from the sky. That tease. I think it's meant to be isolating, so it's kind of more of a lack of story that makes it interesting than it does have a story. I think Subnautica legitimately did the opposite. The story is downplayed and makes it more interesting. So like the lore of all the failed experiments and the lore of what doesn't exist is what makes the world interesting to explore. It is the lack of a storyline, which is interesting enough, because there's no line to be drawn. It's just a bunch of fragments of a time, a bygone time, kind of like a wanderlust, maybe dreadfully isolating feeling. Interesting. If you wanted my bias, like if you want my honest opinion, right? Like what do I factor in when it comes to these games? When it comes to playing, I already talked about this before. Since Sub 2 is a sequel, right? It is no longer mechanically interesting to me. So the question is it mechanically interesting? Otherwise, I tend to prioritize games with storylines, because storylines it's often more likely to guarantee novelty. And then look for novel mechanical representation, or something I haven't played in a while. And in terms of where Subnautica sits, it has been a while. It has been a while since I played like a survival base building thing. So it very well could be that I would play Subnautica. Like, it's been longer from Subnautica than it is from Hades. And I still have Hades 2. I also have Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire 2, Hades 2, Monster Train 2. I'm missing another 2. There are quite a lot of sequels that I haven't played. I have them, but I haven't played them. And that's the thing about sequels. For myself, sequels don't pander to me. It's something that helps out developers and publishers to make a safe iteration, to realize they're like better, bigger, better, more similar of the first one. So that's good for business. It's great to allow the developers to like hone their craft and refine their craft, give their a second go around, and then the publishers to have a secure bet. So that's, oh yeah, like Silksong. I haven't played Silksong. Hollow Knight 2, Silksong, right? That's another 2. That's a big one. Most of them I haven't played, despite either owning or have already considered playing them. Right now, the closest game is still Persona. We're playing Persona because of storyline. Yeah. Playing Persona because of storyline. I absolutely love stories. And not for, you know, going back to the immersion thing that I was talking about earlier, I like storylines because it gives me a reason to learn, to like become connected with people who write them. I sort of connect people mechanically, but I don't connect with people mechanically more than once, much like storylines. So when someone says like, oh yeah, this developer made this mechanic very popular and famous and it's my first exposure to it, then yes. But if they do it again and again and again, I'm not rediscovering them. They're competing with every other mechanic that I could be exploring. So I would choose the other thing, since I'm more about the novelty of things. Yeah, so Subnautica is kind of on the low side when it comes to that. I'm gonna have to pick your brain, Procall, about how it feels. I don't mind if you just tell me what the storyline is in Subnautica 2 or like anything about it. I am not one that values the content over the human experience. So oftentimes when someone is playing a game, like this is something I don't empathize with other people, where like someone would care, you know, someone likes to talk to me, right? For example, and they would come by just to apologize and say that, oh yeah, sorry, like I can't hang out with you right now because I want to play this game too, and I can't actually hang out with you while you are playing the game I want to play. So that, I'm like, okay, that's understandable. You know, you have my sympathies. I can't empathize with that. I actually think that is a weirdly, brutally honest thing to say, that a story spoiler and the apathy to share an experience is greater than one's own personal experience. So like I don't typically have close friends like that we either explain things to each other because we're passionate and then it gives us a reason to engage in those things, or we do it together whether one is playing it or one's watching it. So like literally when me and my roommates, right, my best friends, one person would play and the other three would watch, include like I would be one of the other three. And during their lifetime when they were growing up, it would be one of them would play and the other two would watch, and they already grew up like that, and I was like that before. I like watching people do things for the first time, because it is important to me when I share that experience with them, not because some selfish reason, which is fine. Like what I mean is other people prefer to experience it by themselves. That's your right. That's your prerogative. However, I cannot empathize with that. So I get that comment a lot where someone comes by and say like, oh, you know, I plan on playing this game, so I'm trying my best to like not talk to you. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. I can appreciate that. I hope you play it soon, because the longer and longer you drift away from someone else's experience, don't be upset when people don't care about you anymore or don't want to talk to you anymore for this very same reason, right? So typically I don't surround myself by people who care. If like you have to understand the pros and cons, right? If you don't like spoilers, or you can't talk to someone because you're afraid of spoilers, then when you voice that and you tell people, then don't expect the people around you to also like to hang out with you when they haven't done the thing either, right? That's kind of one of those things that I have a hard time pointing out to someone. When someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I hear this a lot where like, oh, I'm playing this game, but no one wants to play with me because I couldn't play it when it was popular. Right? And then they say like that this is what people are like. This is why people suck. Right? And my first thought is, well, you ask the person. If someone was playing a popular game, would you watch them play the game? And they would typically say no, because that would spoil the game for me. I want to play the game by myself. And I'm like, well then, when you say that to other people, do you think people who would wait for you to play with you would hang out with you? The answer is no. Like 99% of the time, you've already driven all those people away. Right? Because you're self-selecting for people like you. So this is the part that what I mean by cognitive dissonance sometimes. Know the effects of what you're doing, right? I know this is a big digression from what you're saying, but I wanted to make it clear that if you're going to play Subnautica 2 Pro Call, feel free to tell me all about the storyline and what you do with your cousin, I think. Like, tell me everything. Tell me the mechanics and stuff. It doesn't deter me from playing the game later down the road. In fact, it would probably give me a reason to play the game and see what you were talking about. So I want to make that clear. Now, if you're uncomfortable with me spoiling something, you have to also understand that I'm a person who talks about everything regardless of spoilers or not. I am one to tell people, hey, be careful, I'm about to spoil something, but I'm not going to refrain from talking about spoilers, because that is an expectation that I expect, where me talking about the game, regardless of its spoilers or not, would get you to play the game. Because I want to select people who care about sharing the experience, or at least vicariously being weighted in the experience, as opposed to waiting for people. And this happens a lot with making friends. Like, when you think of people waiting on other people, that doesn't happen when you don't wait on other people. Or you don't participate in other people's things because you want to selfishly participate yourself. So I think this is one of the most common ways that FOMO works. So FOMO works really, really well right now, largely because of these games. So how is this all related to what you said earlier? Is because of early access. Now, I typically wait until 0.9 or 1.0, like close to 1.0. I might buy the game and just wait till 1.0. So like for another 2 years, maybe I'll play Subnautica 2 in another 2 years. Whenever the 1.0 launches is when I will likely consider playing Subnautica 2. You are definitely free, and everyone else is definitely free to post their videos, talk about things. I'll be watching them, because that's the whole way I experience things. So you can tell me all about your fun adventures of Subnautica 2. In fact, it could probably convince me to play Subnautica 2 in early access. That's what happened with some of the other early access games, like Slime Rancher. I played Slime Rancher a lot earlier. It's like 0.9. And then when the 1.0 launch happened, it didn't really add anything. It added like one zone left. And it was still good. Like, still did the whole thing. I think early access periods has that type of mentality for people who want to be part of the process. So they gain early access because they want to contribute like their feedback and participate and experience the game being developed, right? The game being optimized and stuff. And being part of that is really refreshing. Those who prioritize like spoilers or worried about the thing being full or whatnot, I don't think early access games are for them. It can be very distraught, and you might have to spend many years avoiding like it being spoiled or seeing other people. So it can be a really not so great relationship that can form. I love the idea of early access games because I genuinely like watching people try to improve on a game as it's going, with like the interaction between the players and the. This is very similar if this was existed, right? Like if WaniKani, for example, existed as some sort of early access thing, I would love to interact with the WaniKani devs. But this was 11 years ago, right? This has been set in stone for a while. And then Hansa Hero is like on the lighter side, on the younger side, but the developers just basically don't develop, with a big asterisk because there was a recent update after a year of dormancy. And then Boom Pro is pretty active. So much like these type of things, video games are very similar. I would love to have the opportunity to demonstrate how much I want to invest in a product, right, or in a video game. Subnautica 2 doesn't strike me as one of those games, unfortunately. And I don't know enough about like the survival horror, or like the survival genre, exploration genre to really feel comfortable with that. Yeah. Here's a fun deep cut. If you know, the deep cut that I often talk about is know what you want, right? Know what you want. Have a means to communicate it. And then test if test people around you if they follow the similar things, right? And that's the underlying deep cut for me when I'm talking to you about Subnautica and like the full game and the 2 years thing. My background is that early access games, they are basically as much of the game as it can be up to launch. I don't typically associate it with keeping the game under wraps because it's not finished. The thing is, though, when it comes to storylines, that would also mean that it's kind of like watching a show and waiting for episodes, which has happened. Like I played Stardew Valley without a proper conclusion or a satisfying conclusion, and then that was added many years later, which I haven't gone back to playing Stardew Valley to play. So it's kind of like watching an anime, right? And they decided that they're gonna run the show for a very long time, but if there's too much downtime, I may never see the end, which I'm okay with. Not everyone else is, though. I think some people like the idea that when you play a game, it should be complete. So that's not early access. Right? Early access is not complete. The good news, the silver lining, in my opinion, is that Subnautica 1 was a lore building game, so that doesn't rule out that they might have already put all those things in there. And then they might embellish here and there, and that's fine. If it was a narrative-driven game, there are very few narrative-driven games that come out as early access. Yeah, so that's a good thing, right? Usually narrative-driven games are expansion types. They use a DLC. So they would release a main story, and then you wait for DLC to extend the story. So I don't think Subnautica is one of those. Although I do have to admit, Hades 2 was probably that. I'm not sure. I gotta check. I would have to check if Hades 2 was that, where it was in early access. So Hades 2 was in early access until like last November. And I don't know if the ending, right, quote unquote, the ending was available during early access. Or you had to wait till 1.0 for them to conclude. If they did, that's pretty bold. I think that's a bold move. The final act tends to be the addition. So 1.0 tends to include the final act. So yeah, that can suck. All right. Now we're gonna do this and go through our rest of our day here. All right. So we got Tsubo, Yar, Pole, Summit, Pole, Adept, Ja, Wicked, Dot, Burdensome, Pole, China, E, Port, Wani, Crocodile, Honey, Crab, Bolt, Record Book, Shoal, Clear, Mon, Comic, Te, Revise, Chi, Consult, Teki, Dam, E, Embankment, Yo, Drift, Hone, Flip, Key, Rut, Pole, Empress. The amount of brain power in the chat right now compared to every conversation you have is daunting. What do you mean? What happened? Oh, you mean like the up... Oh, the guy with the... Oh there, Abdul. Oh yeah, like drama and... Yeah, today we had a bit of a conversation both on the Twitch and the YouTube site. We were talking about education, PhDs and stuff, and then we talked about like studying, like immersion stuff. Pretty typical day. Or typical as in like when it happens, typical. Maybe like once a week. It typically happens once a week. Fun stirred up. Restaurant. Yo, Chief, Haku. Oh no, wait. Let's go look up to Haku, Chief. Yodo, Eddie, Fun, Soul, Robust. Bundle on transports, Go, Cave, Guy, Horizon, and Eki, Epidemic. No, you're actually comparing US and Chinese education for an essay project? Ooh, that's interesting. Where are you getting your impressions of US education? Well, I just thought you'd drop in and say hello. Hope you have a great stream. Yeah, take care. Good luck, good luck. Interesting. I'll have to pick your brain on what you discovered or learned about US and Chinese education. Because I'd be very interested in what that perspective is from a foreigner perspective. Because I am very interested in comparing and contrasting. Know quite a bit about various education systems through the anecdotal sharing of other students. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss your experiences, right? Experiences, thoughts. Oh, I always have something to share. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for Boom Pro. Thank you.